Good afternoon and welcome to Overcoming the Pandemic, a multifaceted approach, hosted by Rafa Revival Ministries and Mr. Sherwin Francis. At this time, I invite Evangelist David Harbansing to open us in a word of prayer.
Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you this day, Lord, for this time you may give us life and we can exalt your truth, Lord. We thank you, Lord, for all the speakers and the seminar, Father, Lord, knowledge and your love, understanding, Lord. We pray, Lord, that you cover their families, Lord, cover their women, in every one, the blood of Jesus, Lord, from bad atmosphere, clarity, Lord, that the will and the truth shall go forth, Father. We pray, Lord, that today we have done the discussion, Lord. And we pray, Lord, that your spirit will show up the right now and intervene. And let the truth prevail, Father. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
And now we have the playing of the national anthem of Trinidad and Tobago. And now, before I hand over to Dr. Michael McDowell and Evangelist David Singh, I will just say a few words. Dr. Michael McDowell is an eschatologist who has toured the world sharing biblical, geopolitical, and scientific evidence to establish that the second coming of Christ is at hand. His highest qualification is a doctorate in theology. His expertise goes beyond his earned theological degrees, including international affairs, history of civilization, forbidden archaeology, genetics, covert geopolitics, and other disciplines necessary to his calling. He has held conferences throughout Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean, numerous cities in the United States and Canada. He has also ministered in Africa and in Israel. He was responsible for the visit to Trinidad and Tobago of the world-famous Bible prophecy teacher and author, Dr. Hal Lindsey, in April 2006. He is the founder and senior pastor of Rapha Revival Ministries, a thriving church in Diego Martin, Northwest Trinidad. Dr. Michael McDowell is the author of 5 books, which are all available on his website and also through Amazon. His radio and television programs are broadcast each week locally and throughout the Caribbean. He is married to Epi McDowell for over 33 years, and together they have 2 adult children who are both active in ministry. Evangelist David Singh is a fiery preacher of God's word who has followed in the footsteps of his father, who was also an evangelist. He has a passion for eschatology and has gained certification in lectures in eschatology, advanced lectures in eschatology, super lectures in eschatology, Islamic eschatology, Roman Catholicism, and Bible prophecy. He is a 2019 graduate of the International Institute of Biblical Eschatology, otherwise known as IIBE. He is married to Arlene Singh for 17 years, and together they have 2 teenage children. And now I turn you over to Dr. Michael McDowell.
Well, praise the Lord, everybody. We want to welcome you to Overcoming the Pandemic, a multi-faceted approach. And you know, as I was preparing a line from the movie/walk of Jesus Christ, in my family, in a song in that presentation, someone said, if you come to the speaking about the coming of Christ, if you come to the Holy Church, Israel as a matter of religion. Well, this is actually established the 3 factors of the silence. The time this is first coming, very important about this time. Those who think that the fact of the matter, the Roman but the Roman peace, and then the Roman road, the fact of the communication, travel, nature, stuff, and finally, the plan was precise and all that. So, understand that. There's understanding the lack of classification of the skin. We thank God Jesus said came at the right time. We also thank God that we have classification available to us today. And through this system, we are beginning to overcome the pandemic. And with our open prayer, citizens and blessed by a lot of the information and spent in this. So God bless you. And look forward to co-host, friend here, solid thank you, Pastor. God welcome to all of our ministers and all physical observers. Privileged to be here. We know that we are entering this session. And truth shall be revealed. We will have something special today and as unravels this perfect move. So thank you for we're going to have a great time.
And now I will introduce Independent Senator Anthony Vieira. Senator Anthony Vieira is an attorney at law, a certified mediator and arbitrator. He has received professional qualifications from the Faculty of Law, University of the West Indies, Heward Law School. He has also received a postgraduate diploma in international relations from the Institute of International Relations. He's also a certified advanced commercial mediator and certified in sports arbitration. His career highlights include that he is a practicing attorney at law. He has also done trial law. He has served on several committees and various appointments. He was retained by the government as a legal consultant to the Minister of Education during the period 1989 to 1991. Independent Senator of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago by presidential appointment for the period 2013 to 2015 and 2018 to present. So we welcome Senator Vieira at this time.
Are you hearing me now? All right. So should I start again? Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. Seems that we had a little technical difficulty. I hope you're hearing me now. So I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to say a few words. And let me say from the outset, I'm not promoting ivermectin as a substitute for vaccination. I was jabbed at the AstraZeneca as soon as it came out. That our response to COVID has not had consistent achievable goals, and there does not appear to be a discernible end. A businessman or just a typical citizen. People want to get their lives back on course and to on all aspects of life. People have died, they've suffered, and some continue to suffer with long COVID. Numerous closures have separated families. People were prevented from seeing sick or dying loved ones. A friend of mine committed suicide. The restrictions caused him to spiral into a died from COVID are just the tip of the iceberg in terms of psychological, societal, and economic damage. COVID has caused disruption in delivery of normal health services that are difficult, if not impossible, to quantify. But they have been large, more deaths than COVID itself. In trying to contain the virus, citizens have been wearing masks, socially distanced, people continue to contract COVID and to die from it. We are now constantly being try as we might, this virus is not going quietly into the night. We can't stop or eliminate, but I have a lot of questions. And it seems to me that a lot of things are not adding up. On how to overcome the pandemic. I am hoping that some of my questions and concerns can be addressed during this webinar. Crystallizing a few of the things I find particularly troubling. However, before doing that, I would just like to make two general observations. First, it is not improper, it is not unreasonable to ask and uncomfortable questions. We are a constitutional democracy, and citizens have the right to ask questions, to hold bodies to account, and to ascertain the efficiency, the economy, and the effectiveness government and government bodies must account for their actions or lack of action. I was very surprised at the number of doctors who called to congratulate and support me. contribution has tremendous support in the medical fraternity. I hope it does not fall on deaf ears. We seem to be walking in that higher place. My impression is that there may be a disconnect between the voice of officialdom as many doctors and several of our healthcare institutions are actually using ivermectin on the down low. So turning now to my musings, to my questions and concerns, and in no particular order of importance. One, I cannot help but wonder whether the emphasis on vaccinations to the exclusion, whether that is the best or most reasonable approach. Why should the powers that be put all their eggs? Why are we restricting ourselves to fight the war against COVID with one hand tied behind our backs? Has the public health industry become a big racket for big pharma? If ivermectin works, why is it being ignored? Has any government official even checked to see what's going on in India and South Africa? Two, what's going on with the WHO? And why has that organization in the vaccination basket a one-size-fits-all paradigm? We have learned with hindsight urgency. There were faulty assumptions. There was ineffective planning, and they provided contradictory and at times misleading advice. Is it possible that the organization was compromised? Or is it just a case of poor management? I don't know, but either way, is it needs to be overhauled or dismantled? Three, given ivermectin's rated drug, given that it's been around for over 40 years, given anecdotal and other evidence that it is being, why is the drug being ridiculed and vilified? And why is important and information about ivermectin's success in other countries being distorted, suppressed, and dismissed? COVID, was it even backbone to begin with? 5, the risk of death and hospitalization by half. Is molnupiravir an attempt to formatting and renaming the drug so that it qualifies Merck for IP protections and monopoly? I don't know if this new drug is a derivative of ivermectin, but to hear Merck decrying its earlier, what I would have considered its earlier flagship drug, was intriguing. Number 6, one of the cautions being put forward against the use of ivermectin is the issue of liability. Be professionally liable and at risk. But who is liable when someone suffers adverse side effects or only took the vaccination because of pressures being brought to bear by the state? If they want their kids to go to school, if You want to be able to work, to be able to access health care, to enter public places, and to travel on public transportation. In the digital space, that governments may have agreed to indemnify the drug manufacturers and the donors to protect them from suit. What recourse is there for those who have suffered side effects from the vaccines? Counseled, informed consent is unethical and particularly difficult in cases of vaccines under emergency status. Number 7, the pandemic has occasioned the criminalization of ordinary conduct. Going to the beach, there is even further support for hardline policies, such as the necessity for vaccine passports and the opening of that such measures favor the public good. But are these the best solutions? Or are we just blindly following short-sightedness? Do we really need such heavy-fisted measures? And if so, is between exercising rights and breaking the law? Is it necessary to ostracize people who are unwilling or unable to be vaccinated? Are we institutionalizing divide society? Are we denying citizens the right to make voluntary medical decisions for them? Number 8, and I'm coming to the end. When I asked about ivermectin in the Senate, I was patronizingly advised to follow the science. But doesn't follow the science mean accommodating alternative hypotheses, contradictory arguments, verification, refutability, and controversy? I would have thought follow the science means being alert to the dangers of dogma and hyperbole and being able than singular. Scientists and those mandated to protect public health must be able to evaluate all hypotheses on a rational likelihood based on facts and evidence, devoid of speculation concerning political impacts. This pandemic and our response to it is about human security. And the UN defines human security as with an equal opportunity for all citizens to enjoy all their rights and to fully develop their human potential. Health is everyone's business, not just governments. I accept that there are no easy solutions. Require empathy, know-how, and an enlightened approach. One that will use all the resources at our disposal, not just vaccines. And one which will not alienate or leave people behind. For this to happen, citizens must be able to exercise their right to question and to demand what's best for society. Thank you.
Hi, folks. Unfortunately, we have some technical difficulties, so we're going to be bringing on one of our presenters early. That's Dr. Ira Bernstein. Um, Dr. Bernstein, before we get the formal introductions, you could probably just speak a little bit about yourself.
Sure. You're able to hear me fine?
Yes. Well,
excellent. Yeah, so thanks for having me on. I'm a family physician in Canada, Toronto, Canada, where I've been practicing family medicine. This is my 30th year. I'm associated with the University of Toronto. I teach medical students. It's a general family practice. I do from newborn care to end-of-life care and everything in between, no emergency care. Since the pandemic began back in about a year and a half ago, following all the the science of suppressed for the most part, despite increasing levels of evidence. So as far as like COVID management is concerned, I started treating my first patients back in last November. So it's almost a year, using how I manage my COVID patients and others that have been referred to me to help prevent them from being hospitalized and saving lives. That's basically what it's all about. So that has been the medical side. I've also had an interest in the nutritional side, which is going to be the crux of my short presentation about nutrition. And so do you want me to begin my my slide presentation at this point?
yes, you can.
Sure. No. Hopefully it'll work. I'm sick.
Yes, all good.
Okay.
Everything's fine. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So what I want to talk about this afternoon is a little bit about nutrition, immunity, and prevention strategies for COVID-19. And just by way of background, this has been an interest of mine for about at least 10 years. None of the information I'm about to tell you regarding nutrition is taught in medical school. Absolutely none of it. As I said, I teach medical students. They come to my office. I had a new second-year student in my office just this week. And I asked her, how much nutrition are you getting? And the answer about medication therapy, diseases, but nothing about obtaining, optimizing your cellular health. So the 10 years ago, when I personally developed a health challenge that could not be helped by conventional medicine, there were no particular medications to assist me. And that's when I sort of sought out unconventional help, learning about nutrition, utilizing the knowledge from a now retired registered nurse in British Columbia, Canada, who's been helping numerous people. And that's when she opened my eyes about taking nutritionals. I was very skeptical at the time. The only thing I had been talking about with patients 10 years ago was vitamin D, and that was progressive for physicians. But there was this whole I started taking courses because, like I said, none of this is taught in medical school. There's no typical programs, continuing education programs, the typical ones for physicians, but there was one called Nutrition for Docs, that was hosted by a brilliant immunologist in Canada, Dr. Aileen Burford Mason, who's written speaker. I do recommend, if you can get a book, one of her books is called Eat Well, Age Better. It is absolutely fantastic, giving you a good nutritional foundation. These were weekend courses. There were 2 parts, part 1, part 2, taken over 2-year period. So this is where I learned stuff that I did not know about, in terms of nutrients and immune system and how to, how to help treating symptoms and diseases. I prescribe a lot of medications. I treat lots of diseases. This is an area that's quite dear to my heart, and I feel comfortable talking about this. So first, I'm just going to give you a little brief overview, sort of like the course compressed into just a few minutes. And if you think about, there are many reasons why taking multivitamins with nutrients, minerals, and antioxidants would be beneficial. First, the food that you're eating is typically grown in depleted soil, unless you're buying all organic on a local farm, which I would encourage you to do. But most of the large industrial farming that is tends to be grown on depleted soils. And if your soil is depleted, it is going to have less vitamins and nutrients. So you need to supplement on top of that. The soil, the fruits and vegetables that you're eating today is not the same as what our forefathers had, our grandparents. The food grown back then was probably certain lifestyles might increase nutritional needs. If you exercise a lot or manual labor, this will increase your nutritional needs. An example, one common class of medications that we prescribe are called proton pump inhibitors. These are antacid medications. So Losec, Prevacid, Periot, Pantaloc. Maybe you've heard of these. Maybe you're taking them yourself. Effective, and that's why people like them. But people have been taking them for many years continuously, and we don't often think about what are the implications of that. What are they doing? Proton pump inhibitors reduce vitamin B12 and reduce magnesium. Some of the consequences of this is an increased risk of osteoporosis. So if you're taking a proton pump supplementing, or you will accelerate the risk of developing osteoporosis, which is a degenerative disease. Important are the diets that we eat. Malnourishment. If you're eating a lot of fast food, junk food, lots of carbohydrates, the diet that you may be eating may be full, may be calorie dense, but might genetics play a role, and that's the term nutrigenomics. What you need to keep in mind about one disease model. Think of an orchestra, and each of these nutrients are players in the orchestra. In order to have your orchestra playing well, you need each of the players all playing their part. They work together, not in you've got music, you have more optimal cellular health, reduces the risk of cellular degeneration. So here on the slide, there's a review article about micronutrient needs varying with age and genetics. If you have a deficiency in many of the vitamins and minerals, and that includes vitamin C, vitamin E, iron, and zinc, deficiencies in these can mimic radiation damage. Radiation is for the cells. On the same token, nutrient deficiencies cause that cellular dysfunction. You want to prevent it. It's all preventable, all of this. And this is a stunning statistic. 50% of the population is deficient. That's pretty significant. So we'll talk about supplementing and decay. Mitochondria, these are part of the cells, inside the cells, and they control the energy. And if your mitochondria are not performing properly because of nutrient deficiencies, and the cells in your brain, the neurons. So the conclusion is increasing your micronutrient intake to optimal levels offers major health benefits at little cost. It really isn't that expensive to get a comprehensive level of important micronutrients. Intakes, but above levels causing classic vitamin deficiency diseases are a risk factor for chronic disease. Intakes. You may have heard the term RDI, recommended daily intake. These are on the labels. It's the term that was developed in the 1940s, I believe, to indicate the minimum level of a nutrient to prevent a deficiency disease in 50% of the population. So with vitamin D, we're talking about vitamin D deficiency. But in order to have optimal levels of these nutrients, the vitamins and minerals, require much more than the recommended daily intake. The levels are much higher than that for optimal levels in order for reducing the risk of developing So on to our subject of COVID-19 and the nutraceuticals. Why might this be important? COVID-19 involves several important concepts: viral replication and inflammation. And both of these are crucial. You want nutraceuticals that can reduce the ability of the virus within the cells, as well as reduce the inflammation. The inflammation is that what happens in week 2. Cytokine storm you may have heard. This is when you get very short of breath. This is the immune system going haywire. It's not the virus. It's your own immunity, the cellular mediators from your immune system inappropriately causing massive inflammation, cell damage, and severe illness in many people. So actually important. We have known for many years the role of vitamin D in the immune system. This is not new. Vitamin D reduces progression from colonization to illness. For prevention. We have data showing, specifically relating to COVID-19, you are vitamin D deficient. If you're vitamin D deficient, the likelihood of ending up hospitalized and in the ICU is huge versus those who have optimal levels of vitamin D. Vitamin D is not just a vitamin, it has hormonal properties. It is involved in so many cellular pathways. Our own National Health Minister, when questioned about why Health Canada is not recommending vitamin D to its citizens, she said, "I don't believe in fake news." This was back in April. Well, let me tell you, vitamin D is very important. It is anything but fake news. There's plenty of evidence. In Canada, we don't have too much sun much of the year. We're in the fall now, and soon it'll be winter, and you're going to be stuck indoors. And of course, during COVID-19, with all the lockdowns, we're told to stay indoors, don't go outside. So you're not, unless you're supplementing with vitamin color, you're not absorbing it as well from the sun. So you need to supplement more. Oh, by the way, with vitamin D, if you haven't been taking any, I recommend taking 5,000 units. What I've been telling my patients since a year and a half ago, I say take a minimum 2,000 international units. So the important thing is don't take these vitamins when you develop COVID. No, you need to set the terrain in advance. All illnesses, all respiratory illnesses, flus, viruses, etc. So take these in advance. Don't wait. But I tell my patients take a minimum of 2,000. But if you haven't been taking, start at 5,000. It's important to at least get some measurements. If you can get a blood level about 3 months later to see where you are. Then your needs may be more than than someone who's a lower body mass index. So vitamin C, I recommend 1 to 3,000 milligrams daily. It modulates cellular defense and repair mechanisms, modulates viral-induced. There's data regarding sepsis in vitamin D. It reduces mortality. The evidence for that is recommending 1 to 2,000 milligrams for most. Again, there is no upper limit. Too much may cause some stomach upset, depending on the formulation of vitamin C that you're taking. There are many different kinds available. Zinc, an essential nutrient. Take at least, if you haven't been taking, take 30 to 7 replication, prevents infections, reduces severity and duration of infection, reduces risk of lower respiratory tract infection. The level of evidence is strong. So many of these zinc, is used in certain protocols with medications for international units a day. It has anti-inflammatory. It has a critical role in enhancing the immune function, reducing duration of symptoms, reducing mortality, reduced incidence of viral illness. For vitamin A is strong. Moving on to other nutrients. Elderberry, 500 milligrams. This is a nutrient that I recommend individuals take when they get an infection, a cold or a flu. You don't necessarily have to take it in advance, but elderberry, with its properties along with zinc, along with echinacea, vitamin C. Excellent combination to shorten the duration of your viral illness. Is banning NAC in the United States. Amazon is no longer selling it. They're taking it off the shelves. It's been around for decades. 600 to 900 milligrams twice daily. It reduces the progression of illness, reduces severity and duration of acute symptoms. Why in the world would they be trying to ban multivitamin? Check how much NAC is on the label. Quercetin is another antioxidant, bioflavonoid. A lot of talk about that recently. 500 milligrams twice a day. I take 500 milligrams once a day for myself. Quercetin functions as a zinc ionophore. What does that mean? It helps to get the zinc into the cell. You need an ionophore. So quercetin is a natural ionophore, and it helps inhibit viral replication on its own and reduction in symptoms. Again, it's not expensive at all, and that one is readily available. You've probably all heard about melatonin. Melatonin's been around we're not taking it here to sleep. It has antioxidant, anti-inflammatory properties, and there is emerging data for it. The dosing range is between 5 and 20 milligrams daily. The data is not as strong, but there is data and is on protocol. Arthritic pains, for joint pains, 500,000 milligrams twice daily. Use this for its anti-inflammatory properties. Selenium, another trace mineral, important, 100 micrograms daily. Magnesium, that I talked about earlier. If you take too much, you're going to get loose bowel movements. But one of the things, again, about magnesium deficiency is going to could present with constipation, heart palpitations. Often patients will come to their physician saying, they're not going to give you magnesium. Give the magnesium, often the palpitations will go away. The constipation will get better. Leg cramps will improve. It's something that's so easy, and it's so common, so common. Probiotics, these are the friendly bacteria. They support gut health. So I recommend taking probiotics. Garlic and honey. Garlic is everywhere. May reduce viral respiratory tract infection severity and prevent of infection of viruses that cause colds. Honey. Your grandmother probably told you if you've got a cold, take some tea with honey. On a mission in Mexico, and we were doing home visits with a visiting nurse, and the patient that we visited had massive, wound infections. And what were they using to treat the wounds? Manuka honey. I said, oh, that's it. I never. For the prevention of COVID-19. There are two that have been studied. The first being hydroxychloroquine. So I'm off of the nutrients now. Now I'm onto the medicines for just a little bit and the prevention side. So with hydroxychloroquine, it's been fairly controversial. There have been numerous studies, some beneficial, some not as beneficial. Lower the risk of COVID-19 cases with treatment, and increasing lowered risk the longer the duration of use of hydroxychloroquine as a prophylaxis. Prophylaxis means, prevention of disease. So the dosing, if one is going to be using hydroxychloroquine as a prevention, 200 milligrams daily for 5 days, then 200 to 400 milligrams practice. But ivermectin may even be more beneficial. The data seems to be more impressive here. And here involving thousands of patients, showing that taking ivermectin as a prevention showed an 86% reduction in contracting protocols, which have been updated not too long ago because of the more aggressive Delta strain, is 0.2 milligrams per kilogram twice a week. And lastly, but not least, are lifestyle strategies, the motherhood statements, almost like common sense, but this is really important. The last year and a half has been absolutely dreadful for most people. I am seeing in my own office patients who are suffering absolutely horrendously with stress, anxiety, job loss. I mean, it goes on and on and on. I've never seen anything like this. Amazing how people are suffering, and at least in Canada, the access to good mental health care is not very good. Not very good at all. Sleep. Reduced sleep impairs immune function. So try and get enough sleep. Ideally 7-8 hours a night. Go to bed dark. The blinds should be closed. Exercising, getting moderate exercise. Regular exercise helps boost your immune system. What does it do? Helps raise white cells, antibodies, improves your circulation, and reduces rainbow, colorful fruits and vegetables. They boost your immunity. Get 10 servings a day and include fermented vegetables and other probiotic containing foods. That would include sauerkraut. So I'm going to stop there. That's the end of
Thank you, Dr. Bernstein. We're going to hand over to Pastor McDowell before we continue with further discussion.
okay.
grateful. I'm so grateful for the submission by Independent Senator Anthony Vera. I thank him so much for taking the time. I too saw the viral video clip of his presentation in Parliament concerning ivermectin, and I was completely impressed. In no way different, really powerful, asked questions and made some pertinent suggestions. And I want us to know that overcoming the pandemic, a multifaceted approach, is not just to discuss the problems. We also want to be proffering solutions. We also want to be looking at, and how do we solve this problem? How do we overcome the pandemic? And we have had lots of talk and lots of analysis of the scientific situations, but we want to know how do we for that wonderful presentation. As I always say, I consider Dr. Bernstein to be the quintessential family physician, doing a tremendous Toronto, treating COVID patients with great success. And I thank God for the information concerning how we build up our immune system. And so it is with great pleasure that I go to share with you what God has laid on my heart. I would like to begin by looking at Aesop. And Aesop was a Greek fabulist and storyteller who wrote a collection of stories called Aesop's Fables. Aesop, it is believed by many, was a black slave whose scholarly genius captivated the hearts and minds of the Greek aristocracy, and he became an advisor to kings and to the Greek city-states. Perhaps of the shelled reptile triumphed over the spaced and intermittent spurts of the speedy rabbit. And the saying, slow and steady wins the race, was born. The slow, imperceptible progress of Mr. Tortoise won the day. And so was introduced to princes and politicians the strategy of the tortoise. And that strategy is gradualism. Yes, gradualism. Of the water was raised incrementally and unnoticed until it was too late to escape. Yeah, the greatest existential crisis in the history of human civilization, albeit one that is focused on by Bible prophecy, many fail to realize that the mercury in the thermometer is rising degree by degree. Political regimes, national leaders, elitist entrepreneurs, the media, the medical fraternity, and ecclesiastical leaders, sorry to say, all speaking with the same voice, parroting an obviously carefully crafted, controlled narrative. Our own colloquial squawking commenced in a government briefing with a catchy clandestine command. Many in the business sector recognized the trigger and began the systematic intimidation and victimization of their employees. The press followed with their propaganda about the virtues of vaccination and poured accolades on the caring, responsible patriots who participated. The medical fraternity publicly endorsed any and everything that was said and every sentiment. Vaccinate to educate, and will shortly become vaccinate to participate and vaccinate to segregate. But those of we are hearing vaccinate to intimidate, vaccinate to separate, vaccinate to dictate, vaccinate to eliminate. And so the tentacles of a new world order have co-opted our societies and are with coordinated and cohesive stealth. Is this the rise of the Fourth Reich? In the words of the late TNT singer, Ras Shorty I, wake up my people. They want to bring shame and disgrace to the human race. I warn this nation, I warn the nations of the world that institutionalized discrimination is the seed of So what do we do? What can we do? I say let's rise up. Let's rise above the arrogance and indolence of the self-consumed rabbit and recognize that the tortoise has evaluated our weaknesses, issued a challenge, and is up to no good. Gradualism, amen, is going to bring totalitarianism if we are not careful. Said that sowing the seeds of us versus them happened in 1918 in post-World War I Europe, post-World War I Russia. In World War II Germany, the seeds of us versus them were also sown. In 1994 in Rwanda, the seeds of us versus them were also sown. And in each case, the bloodshed and genocide shocked the world. Remember the sentiments expressed by Reverend J. oppose mandatory vaccination and reject the separation of and discrimination between the vaccinated and unvaccinated, especially in the light of an experimental injection that fails to prevent both infection with and spread of the virus. Let's recognize the consistent, compelling database evidence that the majority of nations worldwide total evidence that friends, family, sons, daughters, uncles, aunts, neighbors, parents, and acquaintances have dropped dead hours, days, or weeks after being vaccinated. We should feel the pain of Pastor Marva Pichier's shout, "They are killing us," at the death of her son. The day after he was vaccinated, he died of a sudden and massive stroke. Statistics from the VIAS database and other UK and European databases that deaths and damages surpass the damage caused by all other vaccines in history combined. This vaccination program should have been stopped a long time ago. Come to terms with the fact that credible scientific data, research, and reports are being ruthlessly and recklessly censored and suppressed. Be chilled by the testimony of doctors about the strategic sequencing of vaccines and boosters to systematically debilitate your immune system and to shut down your organs. Cringe at the warnings of pathogenic spike proteins that are thrombogenic, more dangerous than the virus, and which your cells are programmed to replicate. Jinkian, forcing her to resign, charged with driving political policy based on lobbying from two top vaccine producers. The prophecies are, the predictions are, more resignations will follow, not just in Australia, but all over the world. And what of the allegations? Let me say that again. And what of the allegations? And what of the allegations that the international moneylenders and banking cartels have dangled the carrot of who accomplished a 70 to 90% quota by any means possible? Let me close with some quotes, some quotations. In 1960, in the President and Press speech at the Waldorf Astoria, a speech John Fitzgerald Kennedy said this: "The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are as a people inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies on covert means for expanding its economic, scientific, and political operations. Georgetown University history professor and trainer of politicians and presidents, Dr. Professor Carroll Quigley, in his textbook, Tragedy and Hope, says this: a wealthy and powerful oligarchy of banks, corporations, and dynastic families and every region of the globe, dominating national governments, both democratic and authoritarian. Because the plutocracy cartel about them, because this very cartel controls the media, they are never information and lies. The people we trust the most lie to us the most, misinforming people and preventing them from understanding how the world really works. I want to repeat that last sentence. Misinforming people and preventing them from understanding all to the biblical wisdom that says that we should be like the men of Issachar. The men of Issachar, the Bible says, were men who had an understanding of the times. They understood how their world worked. They had an understanding of the times so that they might know what God's people ought to do. I pray, amen, that even as we go through the rest of this evening's discourse of the times. Amen. It's been a joy sharing that with you. And I want to go to my co-host. As I said, he has a short presentation to make. So let me turn over to Evangelist David Harbansing.
Thank you, Pastor.
Okay, thank you very much, Pastor McDowell, for that presentation. It was well said, and you fed right off the plate of the Holy Ghost. At this minute, I just want to speak a little on the impact of COVID-19 and what it has done. And I'm going to start with the ILO, the International Labour Organization. Their statistics have shown that 34 million job loss I believe the hardest hit area was the tourism, hotel, and industry and restaurant area. But what about the countries? The challenging times now if someone is not multi-skilled or cannot change career fast enough and may not be able to adjust, climatize to a different career. Then people who have mortgages and loans and rent to pay. School children who have not met their new classmates because isolated. And there's a great percentage of students who do not have access to electronic device to go online. Then this will affect their growth and development. How sad it will be. And then we are faced with a little more like a block. There are more taxes coming on board, utility bills going up, transportation fares already increased. I have observed and talked to a lot of people who are in the business area, and they have said to me that they have opened even small businesses to get small money, but it is not working out, like small fruits and vegetable shops all over. It's been open. And they said due to job loss and they cannot meet demands. And they are saying, they add to me that the grass is no longer if we look at the life of Job in the Bible and what he went through, he did not lack anything. When Satan, one thing Satan couldn't do is get God out of Job. And that's where he lost the battle. Where is your trust today, regardless what you're going through? If Satan can get God out of you, he have you. In other words, God and Satan is fighting for the same thing, a soul valuable. With all these set of strategies and all these level of victimization that is coming on board, how do we look at this? Is God taking out of our comfort zone and pushing us in his direction? Is he preparing us for an harvest? Is he telling us or testing us to be like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? There's so much question. To go against God, and we all know that didn't work well. It didn't work out at all. God scattered the people and confused their language because they unite to do wrong. God is not a globalist. He's a nationalist according to Acts 17, 26, 27. It says, and he made from one man every nation of mankind to live under their way towards him and find him. God did not make man to be a slave to man. He created man. Name Nimrod in Hebrew means rebellious or to revolt. In other words, there's a lot of Nimrod out there who's trying to do things to provoke God to anger. To overcome this, we must understand the agenda is not about saving lives. The agenda is based on provoking God to anger by destroying humanity. There's a lot of Nimrod out there playing God, but I want you to know today that those Nimrods, God going to scatter and confuse. He will do it. He wants us to be like the 3 Hebrew boys. They made a stand. They did not bow to the king of the doesn't need crutches to stand, and truth have no friends. If the agenda is based on provoking God to anger, God will show up and he will destroy. His creation is humanity, and humanity cannot be destroyed by mankind. They are provoking God to anger. And I close by saying this: we need to get closer to God because a harvest is ripe. And stay head on. Let us be in the presence of God and don't be Nimrods. There's people are believing lies, and we have to ask God to help us know the truth. So I close by saying this, and I hope that this little piece was meant enough to you. I now hand you over to Tonya. Oh, I now understand.
Greetings, my name is Tanya Holder, and I will be your announcer for this segment of our conference. It is my pleasure to reintroduce to you Dr. Ira Bernstein. Dr. Bernstein is a family physician who teaches and practices in Toronto, Canada. Dr. Bernstein remains actively involved with the New Humber River Hospital, where he serves as Family Practice Division Head, Mental Health, and is a member of the Family Practice Executive Committee. In addition, Dr. Bernstein has status as a lecturer with the University of Toronto and is actively involved in COVID early treatment protocols in Canada. He is, as Dr. McDowell has said, especially in emergency medicine. Dr. Caxton O'Peary affiliates with Madison Parish Hospital, cooperates with many other doctors and specialists in the medical group Correct Care, Inc. Dr. O'Peary is the world's #1 authority on the medical complications of divorce and is a very successful marriage counselor. He is very active in to you now, Dr. Caxton O'Peary. We're going to have Dr. Bernstein, who is still with us, who will be here for some questions and answers. So if you have any questions, we ask that you please post them in the chat, and we will be able to answer as many of them as this segment allows.
Active stuff.
Hi, hello again, Dr. Bernstein. How are you today?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you?
Is he speaking? In response to the vaccine part 2, and I was really impressed by what you went through in terms of the experience you had treating your patients. And so much from some of the physicians in Trinidad and Tobago and from our Prime Minister ridiculing some of the repurposed drugs that have been released. And one of the stories being told is that ivermectin is in fact a drug for pigs and cows and dogs. And I know that's true, but it's only half the truth. And according to my biblical training, a half truth is a whole lie. And I want you to tell us a little more about the benefits of ivermectin to treating COVID-19 and some of the successes.
Sites predominantly. So it is highly efficacious, it's highly humanized, and And even the developers of ivermectin won a Nobel Prize in 2015. So, many medications that humans use are also used in animals. I mean, a smear tactic to, demonize a drug that is very effective. I think that would be, to say it's just a horse medicine is doing a disservice, and is clearly mis or disinformation regarding the reality of ivermectin as one of the repurposed medications that I, as a physician, and many others have been using to treat their COVID-19 patients. It's not, COVID-19 management is not just a story about ivermectin. However, I would say it is an important story. It's an important part because it has and deaths. So, to ridicule a product, first of all, you should be an expert using the product before you can come to a conclusion and ridicule. Like if there is, I can understand, if there's a physician who has been prescribing lots of ivermectin, they saw their patients. But for someone with no scientific background, someone who's not on the front lines treating patients using the medications, and these are individuals that should not be taken seriously. Their opinion should be discounted because they are not valid. So I do not accept anyone who ridicules. I would dismiss their theories. And I say, trust the people who are treating the patients, helping them, because we are on the front lines. And I use ivermectin. I use all the different medications for helping, for managing, COVID-19 with repurposed medications based on current science. And that science evolves. And when other stuff comes out, when new other medications which may be repurposed as more clinical trials, difficult to treat. It has a faster viral replication, higher viral loads. So it requires more medication, higher dosing, and often multiple medications. And of course, the sooner you treat, the sooner the patient responds. But I have modified my protocols, and I'm using other medications as well as ivermectin. It is not severity of their illness, and I will use them. And I've been quite successful helping keeping them out of hospital. So that's what I would have to say about ivermectin.
Yes, I'm going to ask you one more question, Dr. Bernstein, before I turn you over to questions from Sherwin Francis. We have heard that in the Indian province of Uttarakhand, that they have had a 98% reduction in cases and a 99% reduction in deaths with the use of ivermectin. Also, we have heard that Uttar Pradesh, another province of India, another state of India, with a population they have a caseload of 11 per day, 11 new cases per day, 50 new cases per day. These successes compare strangely. Uttar Pradesh is only 9% vaccinated. Israel is almost completely vaccinated, yet they're on their 4th booster vaccine, and the cases are coming in at what could you give us your thoughts on this, your comments on this? What does this data say to us, Dr.
Well, the
Lindsay?
data suggests that COVID, we cannot vaccinate our way out of this pandemic. The focus on many countries has been to promote vaccination, and I'm all for effective and safe vaccines. Absolutely, it should be. It's part of public health. But what we are seeing playing out is that the vaccines, unfortunately, aren't having that durability. The ability to maintain protection seems to be waning fairly quickly within several months. And so what is transparent in Israel certainly should be foundational. It is instrumental at reducing the risk of hospitalization and dropping the case counts and early recovery. And this is something that should be universally accepted. There is absolutely no sense that that these medications are being suppressed. And of course, it launch their own antivirals to compete with the current repurposed medications. There are 2 on the market or under investigation right now, which have been it seems some of them have similar properties to ivermectin. But one comment about the Merck product that should be available. Now, maybe it is a good product. I don't know. It's in clinical trials. So I don't know how many patients have been tested, but what we do know about the clinical trials from their particular product called Multi-Faceted is that when they were testing it on hospitalized patients, it had absolutely no benefit whatsoever. And so Merck discontinued the clinical trial on hospitalized patients and focused early on, as most medications do. But there is still benefit later on, for people who have more advanced disease versus a product that's showing clearly no benefit at all. But regardless, I don't know when they're going to come out. I have no idea. We have to treat patients now, and we have medication. Our regulators should not be suppressing. It doesn't make sense that regulators are suppressing that all of our 3-letter WHO, Health Canada, all coming out with statements against ivermectin. What is this all about? They claiming that there's insufficient evidence, shouldn't be used outside of a clinical trial. A lot of clinical trials, extensive clinical trials. How much are we waiting for that? They're waiting for this massive randomized controlled trial. Listen, we've been using it. We should be continuing to use it. Physicians should be supported in the treatment of their patients. So I will continue to treat my patients because I'm here to help my patients. This is what it's all about.
from Merck. We have some other questions here coming in on the chat. two of them are, for example, could you provide some tips for dealing with stress? They're saying that lots of people are angry. Any tips to deal with anger?
So, meditation. Turn off the television. Turn off the TV. Stop watching the news. Do you know, I have to tell you, conventional news back in March of this year, because the information I was seeing just seemed so blatantly wrong. To me, misinformation. I couldn't, it was making me angry inside. I wasn't coping well. So I stopped watching the news. I learn what I have to learn, but I stopped watching that daily information, case counts, hospitalization, all this stuff, vaccine, get your vaccine. You know, it increases your blood pressure. I canceled my newspaper. Can endorse that I have myself, that I pay for. Calm, quite effective. You can have trouble sleeping. You listen to one of their stories. Within 5 minutes, I'm out cold. They're calming music. So these are some of the things. Read a book. Get outside. Walk outdoors. With friends. Don't talk about the vaccine. There's nothing. Just make it a ground rule saying you're not going to talk about the vaccine and, you know, who's been vaxxed, and just don't do that. Just be friends. Try and make it the way things were, before the pandemic. So these are some of the things that I would do, that I would recommend.
Okay, we have another question. Continued use of remdesivir apparently cause kidney issues despite high costs, especially when there are cheaper alternatives. So the question is about why is remdesivir still being used?
At all. Zero mortality benefit. And yes, you're correct. There is a potential risk of harm with kidney dysfunction. And yes, it is exceptionally expensive at over $3,000 for, I believe it's 5 days of infusion in hospitalized patients. And the other thing is, on patent antiviral medication. Antivirals need to be used in the viral replication phase. If someone's been, I've had patients who are not treated, people that I know who've been hospitalized and, say after 14 days of illness, untreated, and they go to the hospital, and what do? They put them on remdesivir. It's like a reflex. Nothing makes sense because it doesn't work. Why are hospitalists wasting this useless drug on patients? It doesn't make sense. The hospital protocols, at least in Canada, are remdesivir, insufficient doses of dexamethasone, oxy.
clonal antibodies and so on. Is that
Yes.
available?
Yeah, the monoclonal. So Regeneron is a monoclonal antibody. It's effective and should be used in the appropriate patient early on. Someone who's higher risk, say over 50 with hypertension, obesity, diabetes, multiple, there are criteria for use of monoclonal.
Okay.
These are products that have been approved and that should be used. And yet, for some reason, in Canada, I'm not sure about other countries. There's more use in the United States, but still, I think far more people can benefit from this.
Right. Okay. We have another question regarding Novavax. What do you think of Novavax instead of the mRNA vaccines like Pfizer and Moderna?
Well, I think it remains to be seen. There may be some potential advantages in that it is not mRNA technology. It is still spike protein based. So this is protein. So every injection will contain the same amount. Versus with the mRNA injections from Pfizer, Moderna, you have no idea how much spike protein is going to be produced. It's going to vary from person to person based on, the distribution, where it's going, or transcribing to produce the spike protein. For appearance on the on the variable in terms of the production amount of spike protein. You may have people who elderly may be responding much less than younger people, but with Novavax, everybody's going to get the same amount.
All right, thanks for that. We hand over to Mark Dowell. I think he has some questions as well.
Yes, excellent answers, Dr. Bernstein. I have loaded my shotgun. I've loaded both chambers with cartridges, and so I have a double-barrel question for you. Part one, people have been asking me about the PCR test. I'd like you to imagine that you got a call from the president of the World Health Organization, and they say to you, Dr. Bernstein, we heard you on Overcoming the Pandemic, the webinar, and we wanted to ask you to please come in and advise us. What would you, Dr. Bernstein, tell to the president of the World Health Organization and advising him how to bring this pandemic to a halt?
So with the PCR test, currently there is no other way to diagnose with the PCR test is with the cycle threshold. So they're depending on, what the cycle threshold means is they have to, replicate the amount of RNA in order to, make it, detectable. And, someone who may not have any symptoms, and if they set the cycle threshold like at 40, which apparently where it was before, you're going to have a high number of false positives. But if it's around 26 or 27, a positive result on a PCR diagnostic for, for detecting the disease, other than the clinical diagnosis. So now, is it dangerous? I'm not sure what's meant by that. Is it dangerous having, the swab itself inserted to the back of the nasopharynx? By that, it's uncomfortable, and some people react to some of the, I guess, the chemicals in the swabs itself. What's interesting, just as effective as the nasal swab. So this is something that that I would encourage labs to start using much more of, is with the salivary collection. It's much easier to provide saliva on a swab. This is what I used myself when I came back from Rome from the International COVID Summit. I did the Canada requires a PCR test prior to coming home, but they accept the salivary PCR test, so it's easy to do. It's painless. It's not going up your nose, and it's I do. If you ask me how we're going to get out of this pandemic, it's quite simple. I would say have some common sense. Encourage, if you care about the health of the people, you would be encouraging the use of early treatment. The standard of care of no treatment of COVID makes absolutely no sense at all. It is and needless death. If you care about the World Health, it says World Health Organization. I care about very simple, and you treat with all the medications that we have available. Plain and simple. That and I would say the World Health Organization should expressly state that we support physicians in the treatment of their patients with medications that are repurposed, even if it doesn't have the largest randomized controlled trials, the level of evidence that typically is being sought after.
I've heard concerning the PCR test that someone mentioned to me that they saw a presentation that the swabs that go up to the nasal pharynx, these swabs may contain ethylene dioxide and may also contain graphene oxide, and suggested that the PCR test may be as dangerous as the vaccine itself. But I am not sure about that. I have done no research. I want to say is that I love your answer to that if WHO called you and asked you how to end the pandemic. I love your answer.
I think they're going to be calling
our coordinator, Mr. Sherwin Francis.
Yeah, hi. Yes, Dr. Bernstein. We have one more question here, which is a pretty interesting one, and the question is, hold a second. There have been previous attempts to find a vaccine for I guess coronaviruses, right? The person is asking what was the outcomes of those attempts.
As we know, these vaccines were developed rather quickly. and are imperfect. And I do look forward to newer vaccines that will be both effective and safe based on good clinical trials. So, but I really can't comment more on what's in the pipeline. I don't have the knowledge of that.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bernstein. We now have Dr. Perry on the line. Any other comments, Dr. Bernstein, before we switch over?
No, I'm good. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak and answer questions to the best of my abilities.
And of course, we thank you very much for coming out and giving us to share your knowledge and with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we look forward, of course, to collaborate with you in the future. And you're welcome to stay on. We have a round table at the end of this program where we'll have a lot of interesting questions. I'm pretty sure you'll probably enjoy that as well.
Okay.
Especially in emergency medicine. Dr. Caxton Opiri affiliates with Madison Parish Hospital, cooperates with many other doctors and specialists in the medical group Correct Care, Inc. Dr. Caxton Opiri is the world's #1 authority on the medical complications of divorce and is a very successful marriage counselor. He is very active in COVID-19 critical care and has written 19 books, including 2 books on COVID early treatment protocol.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Sherwin, for putting this together. Dr. Bernstein, nice to see you again. For a while, I haven't heard from you or spoken with you. And before we go on, I just want to make sure that everyone listening has this knack about themselves, that things are going to work out very well. As a matter of fact, with the way things have been trending and progressing, it's my faith that I put on the line to say, justice was not too far from me here in Frisco, where I stay in Texas. A lot of doctors, shared their truths with us about the effectiveness of certain treatments. The backbone of that treatment would and should have been hydroxychloroquine. Till today, it's not because I have any other pet peeve. I worked in a COVID unit. And at one point in time, I know I inhaled so much COVID. And the hydroxychloroquine that I had with me, I took ivermectin, didn't get much from it. Within about 8 to 10 hours, I went back to hydroxychloroquine. And so one of the things I'm going to share today is it's in the locker phase. In other words, it's used by some people, unknown to so many other doctors who are even proponents of both strategies for early treatment, which include hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. And so let me stray a little bit by sharing with us. On treating patients with hydroxychloroquine as a backbone with Zithromax, zinc, and vitamin C. he had a success rate of 100% with treating high risk, those patients with diabetes, chronic lung problems, and the typical internal medicine patients with a chronic, as well as the elderly. And he got 100% success rate with that combination, which was hydroxychloroquine 200 milligrams, treated as either 50 milligrams zinc or 220 milligrams zinc. If you look at the cover of that so-called 220 milligram zinc, either sulfate, gluconate, you will notice that they will say 50 milligrams when you look at the actual content. With zinc and vitamin C, which he was using, 1,000 milligrams, 500 milligrams, depending on the combination you'd like to use, as well as vitamin D3, which was 5,000 international units. Instructions and a modification, an intensification of this protocol. That didn't happen. On the contrary, because of Zelenko's success, they attacked him, and even his life became a threat, and he had to run out of New York, the part of upstate New York. Another part of the story, there are three parts I'll share, was that of a gentleman who was a doctor in South Jennings Ryan. He went a little farther, stretched this treatment strategy and protocol a little farther than necessary, to the point where he was arrested by the police for peddling. I don't have an opportunity to show my slides here. I've shown you that slide, but it's okay. Then April, he was arrested, and he was peddling. They accused him of peddling a cure that wasn't true. I think it was intended to create fear instead of fearing other doctors. New England Journal of Medicine, courtesy of Professor Mera and his colleagues, published this daunting vilification paper on hydroxychloroquine. Because it's important for us to know that we don't even talk about hydroxychloroquine. Even those of us, the majority of us, who are very comfortable with early treatments, we never taboo. But it's not, ladies and gentlemen. My latest success rate with hydroxychloroquine has been in 12-year-olds in the I work in that city. The coroner has been very successful after reading one of my books on early treatment, and he said, I will not let anyone die on my watch. Interestingly, even the coroner himself at one point got COVID, and he told me I had to go take monoclonal antibodies. But hydroxychloroquine is a very helpful drug. I've spoken to some of the colleagues of ours who work with the WHO, and they say that it forms a backbone of their treatment. COVID-19 cannot be treated by just one magic drug, and there's no magic treatment for it. But stick very tenaciously to the receptor sites, multiply, and become very virulent and deadly, as we have seen the number of death counts, regardless of what anyone says. It's still an extremely deadly virus. Because of that, we must do whatever we can at the very earliest phases immediately. There was a povidone iodine study that was done showing that the povidone iodine itself, anesthesiologists of patients who were undergoing surgery, such that the efficacy of that was about 99+% in wiping out any kinds of viruses, including the coronavirus. And so that takes us to the first thing that we can do following exposure. If you suspect that you've been exposed, do one of the following. Number one, povidone iodine usually comes over the counter, it's about 10% solution. A few drops can be used. The FLCC and gaggle with it also, that same 1% solution. You will have gaggled if you did that once, maybe even twice or 3 times a day for that first day. I think you will have wiped out about 99% of what could have gotten you sick, and you allowed it to stay there after you inhaled it and it stayed in the back of the nostrils. There are 2 other agents not yet studied in depth, which we know physiologically and sometimes common sense dictates. If you cut yourself with a knife, you wash it off, you put a Band-Aid on it. There's no need for randomized placebo-controlled double-blinded trials to tell you that if you cut yourself with a knife, wash that wound and cover it up. If you have some antibiotic ointment, do so, put on it. So with that, warm saline solution. I work in the COVID units. I intubate patients, which means at the last minute when they cannot breathe anymore, I have to open up their mouth. I'm exposed to them. Whatever strategy you're going to use, it applies to the layperson, it applies to the healthcare professional. Super concentrated salt solution disrupts DNA, mRNA of the viruses. So if a virus is going to be in your airway passages before it goes down beyond the trachea into the lungs, and you gargle with super concentrated salt solution down each nostril, you will have done something. I'll describe the third element that we use, and I've used successfully, and I've had people use peroxide. The food grade hydrogen peroxide is less concentrated. The one that we use over the counter is much more concentrated, about 3%. When you're exposed, either on the boat, the train, the ferry, the plane, the bus, wherever you are, if you do the same thing as I told you with iodine and super concentrated salt solution with hydrogen peroxide, squirt down each nostril, gargle with it, and spit it out. Don't swallow. Don't swallow the salt. Don't swallow the povidone iodine. Don't swallow the hydrogen peroxide. In the case of hydrogen peroxide, what I've found is about scientifically, when you take something that can disrupt and destroy the organism, once you inhale it, the mucosal airway passages, they trap the virus. So temporarily, before it goes down into your lungs, it's like a bus station. down in opposite direction to your cilia. Your cilia are the hair-like structures that push stuff up from deep down. It's an adaptive mechanism, I suppose, that allows them to now go down against the waves created by the motion of your cilia. They damage the ciliated epithelium that carries stuff out from way down there. So what does that mean? If you inhale a fistful of bacteria and viruses, and they stay in the upper airway passages, at that moment where you are gargling, shortly following that exposure, that fistful of eventually lead to sickness, you may end up with about 1,000 or 10,000. I don't want to quantify any numbers that we've not verified, but the fact is several studies have shown that this irrigation of the air passages, nasal passages, and the gargling is an extremely effective process. And I attribute that to reduction of the, and this reduction in inoculum size may mean that even though you were exposed to this virus, what's left after small, that your body is not even overwhelmed by their presence, enabling you to probably build up antibodies following that same exposure. I'm going to leave that alone. So the next thing is really to look at the backbone of the Zelenko protocol. There's also another protocol called the eye mask protocol, but I want to focus on the Zelenko because the eye mask for us doctors is pretty easy to memorize, to put in place. But the average person needs to know about the Zelenko protocol simply because if they it works. Hydroxychloroquine is a basic, mild, weak base. The virus, once it infects a cell, it forms a vesicle, like a tiny little bubble inside your cell. And there is a process, a chemical reaction necessary for that virus to be released. Therefore, that environment has to be acidic. Hydroxychloroquine is a weak base. When hydroxychloroquine is available in the bloodstream and is exposed to the cell, the alkaline environment created by hydroxychloroquine prevents the virus from being released. That's number one. Number two, there are studies shown what's called stereotactic, and they look at how a combination of hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin could affect the virus. The way they attach to the virus and close the gap completely, they prevent the virus from attaching to your cells and infecting your cells. So we said hydroxychloroquine may prevent the release of the virus. Hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin may prevent the virus. Number three, zinc. Zinc is actually a very powerful agent. And what does it do? It inhibits the virus after it has been inside your cell and released. Because there was a nice acidic environment, zinc can prevent the virus from multiplying. And as you know, the more the virus multiplies, the more reaction you will have, the more symptoms you will generate, the sicker you are likely to get. And the sicker you get, the more these chemicals called cytokines are released by your body. A number of things and teaching their patients to do some of the things, the maneuvers that I shared with you earlier. So hydroxychloroquine with zinc as its best friend when it comes to attacking COVID-19 operate with synergy. How? Zinc goes cell, stops the virus from using an enzyme called RDRP to create more of itself. So we need a lot of zinc inside the cells, but zinc doesn't find it easy to get inside your cell. So hydroxychloroquine is called an ionophore. It helps open up the channels so that zinc can get into your cell. And with that, once hydroxychloroquine is given in combination with zinc, more zinc gets inside your cells, more virus is inhibited, and so you can stop the infection right there. And so some people is the most dangerous phase is the cytokine production. Now, all we have left is to, someone's mic is hot. So what we have left is the viral replication phase has succeeded. The virus is able in sufficient quantities to cause all the symptoms. And now we're dealing with cytokines building up. We have to block cytokines. It's indicated for lupus and rheumatoid arthritis. And as we all know, those who are treated early have the best outcomes. It's the same for lupus, for rheumatoid arthritis, as well as for COVID-19. Now, we also know that ivermectin, a super drug, just like hydroxychloroquine, has been tailored to treat and not just prevent COVID-19. And at every country, 24 randomized placebo-controlled double-blinded trials showing its excellent efficacy. Now, for some of our doctors, we know that when they did a meta-analysis, they kind of downplayed the efficacy overall. And I think it's pretty clear why that was done. But as of today, it's very unscientific and inhuman to deny the prophylaxis. It's been shown to be extremely helpful. There's several studies from the carrageenan with ivermectin drops to the actual tablet studies to so many other, not just anecdotes, but actual randomized placebo-controlled trials, observational control trials, prospective trials. All manner of trials have documented the efficacy of these drugs. And you still hear some doctors touting only one thing: vaccines. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that but also the fact that the clinical trial must be matched with the expertise of the clinician. And there is a third part to that triangle: the individual patient. We also have the monoclonal antibodies, ladies and gentlemen, that have been shown to be quite efficacious. Casirivimab, the that should be given within about 7 days of symptoms, and particularly in the elderly, those with diabetes, disease, pregnant women, and those who are developmentally disabled, and those with diabetes. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this point during this pandemic, I think it's extremely important that we stay on course, that we not only stay on course, that we educate our patients so that they know if for any reason they find a doctor who is uncomfortable with either hydroxychloroquine or useful in so many other reactions in the body. I just want to mention a study which I find so intriguing and reported, one in Sweden and the other one in Indonesia. And with that, I will open up the conversation further. Ethiopian migrants, immigrants, were noted to be about 0.8% of the entire population of Sweden. The deaths from COVID, that's extremely important, an epidemiological marker. So what they found in trying to investigate was that Ethiopians still covered themselves from top to bottom. They're not exposing themselves to the the levels of rays from the ultraviolet light that will help make vitamin D. So vitamin D was suspected to be a precursor of the high death rates in that small group in Sweden. Now, an Indonesian study went a little further, measuring active vitamin D levels per microliter or per liter. 30 or more, your risk of hospitalization and death from COVID-19 was about 4%. If you had 20 to 29, that's vitamin D insufficiency, not deficiency, but insufficiency. Between 20, your risk for hospitalization and death from COVID-19 jumped to 88%. And below 20, and several other people have demonstrated that over time. So in coming to a conclusion here, number one, we need to make sure that we are well nourished, our vitamin D levels are high enough. Vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc are extremely important. Now, when you take the vitamin D3 and the zinc, remember that zinc, if you take excess of it, you're going to drive down the copper levels and you might suffer copper deficiencies. So it's important to balance it. Most people will say, nutritionists will say it's not even 30. It should be at 50, not 30, but at 50. And so 30 is just the lowest, the Mason-Dixon line for the levels. And the study used 30 as a cutoff point. And if it was below 30, it was insufficient. Below 20, it was deficient. I hope that answers that. So in summary, hydroxychloroquine, 200 milligrams twice a day was a Zelenko protocol. High is 400 milligrams a day. The reason hypoglycemia, and whether it's 200, and I don't see that as a dose-dependent effect. I see it as something that happens when you take hydroxychloroquine. So taking that 400 milligrams one time means your likelihood of developing hypoglycemia with 2 doses is less. When you take it with 1 dose, it's going to have its effect there, and it's going to be in the daytime. You would overcome it by eating or drinking something, and you'll be done with it. So 400 milligrams once a day. First day, what I actually do, as opposed to the Zelenko protocol, which is 200 milligrams twice. And that's important. In that protocol, for patients who are under the age of 40, have no heart problems, I do an EKG when I see them in the emergency room, and it's a one-time thing. Then I put them on the 500 milligrams day 1, 250 milligrams days 2 to 5. That's for the Zithromax. 40. If they have anything like hypertension, if they're taking any blood pressure medicines, and therefore at risk for an arrhythmia at any point in time, 1 gram, vitamin D, 5,000 units. I'll give them the zinc, 50 milligrams. I will also give them hydroxychloroquine, 400 milligrams. And the Zithromax, I will give them 500 milligrams after an EKG. I will not give them the second dose. I refer them to the primary care doctor, tell them to continue the hydroxychloroquine, take the second dose in 12 hours, and then continue daily for another 4 days of hydroxychloroquine, and then tell them on the 3rd day to ivermectin prophylactic doses, which is take 2 doses, 0.2 milligrams per kilogram, 48 hours apart. And then twice a week, 0.2 milligram per kilogram. Some people will do that. So it's either you take 0.2 milligrams per kilogram, 1 dose now, 1 dose in. Some people will just do 0.2 milligrams per kilogram twice a week. How about hydroxychloroquine? 200 milligrams. Basically, and I know it's effective, and I have other colleagues that do the same exact thing. 200 milligrams every 2 weeks. If you get an overexposure, like you 1 to 8 ICU, you ran a code, did a central line in there, and did CPR, put in a chest tube and things like that. During that kind of situation, you've basically exposed yourself. I recommend doing the 5-day treatment, or at least a 48-hour treatment, which is you give yourself 400 milligrams now, 400 milligrams in 24 hours. Or you can do you see that the government has been pretty silent about ivermectin, and they've used all their power to make hydroxychloroquine look like the villain. That shouldn't have been the case. Thank you.
Wow, beautiful presentation, Dr. Caxton Opere. Nice to see you again. Nice to meet again. Interview that we had about maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I've sent that to so many people, and they have commended you for the comprehensive entire COVID situation, and not just the early treatment protocols. But I want to say quickly that Dr. Opere, I was always a little skeptical about, for one reason or the other, I was a little skeptical about hydroxychloroquine as a treatment repurposed drug. But I want to say that your presentation today and your explanations of the methodology and exactly how hydroxychloroquine works have really convinced me that it should be a part of our early treatment protocols. In addition to that, I have wonderful concerning the things we should use to prevent or to treat COVID-19. And as one of our premises today is that we want this overcoming the pandemic, a multifaceted approach, to be a solution-oriented seminar. And we think you just totally fit the bill in what you just shared. One question of you, Dr. Caxton, and it is this. This question has come in. Many top vaccinologists and epidemiologists that there will be a catastrophic mass mortality, that there will be international catastrophic mass mortality as a result of the experimental injections or what they call vaccines, and that they're suggesting that there be a halt to mass vaccination. Could you just share your comments, your thoughts on this before we go further?
You know, when I think about this vaccination, particularly with the mandates, you know, the ideology of the people pushing for vaccine mandates that you're going to request that everybody get vaccinated, to insist that natural immunity has no place, to insist that the vaccines are safe. And as a matter of fact, when you think about, we're thinking of solution-directed approaches in this conference. So pointing fingers at anyone is not going to be very helpful. But if you think back, like 2 months after the vaccine trials were initiated, I heard the head of the NIAID saying, into the trial, he was saying the vaccines are safe. I knew right then, no doctor, until there's never been any doctor on this planet, who within 2 months of a vaccine being introduced, particularly with the prior histories that we've had with Gardasil and a few other vaccines, the H1N1 vaccines, no doctor on this planet familiar with those histories of vaccine, even related injuries, will say 2 months after a vaccine .997%. And when you think about the whole concept of a new vaccine that Japanese biodistribution studies have shown to be concentrated in high amounts in the ovaries, in the lungs, in the brain, in the kidneys, in the liver, we have no idea what the long-term effects are going to be. They say it's not gene therapy, but what exactly is it? If it's costed people, and the CDC says it's 15,000, they know they've documented 15,000. How many deaths before we stop this madness? It's become madness. And when you think about the fact that it's not just the people that have died from the vaccine adverse effects, it's the fact that they're covering up the majority of these deaths and severe adverse effects. And on top of that, forcing everybody on the job and schools that work to get the vaccine with such terrible side effects. Memorize that number, because I couldn't believe that I was living in a nation right now where this kind of event will happen and there will be no empathy, no speech from the president, no speech from vaccine manufacturers, no speech from anybody. And it was a story of a young woman who had a 5-month baby, and the VAERS number, VAERS number, is 1166062. On March 24 hours after, the young boy was taken to the hospital with a fever. He wasn't eating. And 2 days later, he died. He died of a clotting mechanism that could only have been due to the spike protein. And you might have heard of people being exposed to the spike protein, becoming sick. You might hear Pfizer denying or Moderna denying that there's no such thing as spike shedding. But there are several documents that I've come across recently that show me that not only do we know and strangely, even though Pfizer denies that it's not gene therapy, in their response, the FDA usually will tell you if there's something they want you to do, you have a new drug out there that they've just approved or authorized. If they feel that the drug is useful, but that there's some problems you need to address, they'll tell you, you need to address this under this section. And when they were to address, the FDA was to address Pfizer and the vaccine manufacturers to and they admit there that there's shedding and that there is need for them to look closely at this gene therapy to figure out what to do. The question is, how many people have actually died from the vaccine? around the world, they will not be considered to be vaccine-induced injuries and deaths. That's a number we will never know. It's a terrible amount. This vaccine will have long-term effects.
Yes, Dr. Perry. I am amazed at what you just said concerning, many people don't delve into a study of the history of vaccinology. And really and truly, there have been instances where there were serious mistakes, like the Salk polio vaccine that inadvertently contained live polio viruses and really damaged over 2,000 individuals. And then there was I can't remember what vaccine it was, but it carried something called EV2. Going to be issued by the company until the researchers who were told to shut up, actually spoke up, and the company withdrew it. So there have been instances of vaccine failures, and you mentioned a vaccine there that has always been dear to my heart, Gardasil, and Gardasil is a vaccine that has caused a furor, all over the world, banned in Europe, banned in India, and banned in many all over Europe, in England. And still some people, the manufacturer, and I wouldn't call it
that the virus has, for which the vaccine.
right. You all can take me off. Take me off. Ooh, sorry.
Yes, sir. So the spike protein is one of several, about 28 different proteins on the coronavirus, the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And it is a deadly protein. It's like the equivalent, for the layperson, see the spike protein as the equivalent of a snake venom. So picture Byram Brittle. Last year, he was given a grant of about $230,000 and told to study the distribution of the vaccine. In other words, when you get this SARS-CoV-2 vaccine, where does it go in the body? So Byram Brittle and his colleagues and his team, one of the things they did was to get to Japan and get what's called the Japan Biodistribution Study. And that's when they found out that the vaccine body production. But in the case of the SARS-CoV-2 vaccines, the Pfizer, the Moderna, they found out that whatever they injected into you doesn't just stay in the arm, it moves away. That's a problem. But the second problem is that the spike protein is, like I said, the equivalent of snake venom. It's deadly by itself. The injection site following injection. But that's not true. And that creates another problem. The problem is the spike protein is, just see a spike inside your blood vessels, scraping at the lining of your blood vessels. Any kind of injury to your blood vessels can result in a clot formation. Now, picture spike proteins being released from your own cells into your blood vessels, scraping and damaging the lining of your blood vessels. Go to your brain, and cells in your brain release that spike protein, make the spike protein, or cells around your blood vessels that go to your brain make the spike protein, or the spike protein gets to the blood vessels going to your brain and damages the lining of those blood vessels, and a tiny clot or clots start to form. They go further down the road. So the spike protein itself was never considered to be a safe protein. It was known to be a protein that could cause disease, but the vaccine developers, hopefully, did not realize it would break off. And I say hopefully. And they thought that when the spike protein is manufactured inside your cells with the mRNA giving it instructions, your feet planted on the floor inside the house, but you look out the window and you stretch your neck out. That's the impression that we have about the spike protein, that it cannot get out. It will only bob its head out of the window, the cell, pore, enough for the lymphocytes to recognize its presence and then go create antibodies. But that's not what happens. The spike vessels and create those reactions, clot formation, and the location of the clot determines the kind of symptoms that you get. So some people can have a heart attack, they can have a stroke, they can have pulmonary emboli. Some kids have gone blind, some kids have gone deaf from taking the vaccine. And in the case of the little 5-month-old that died of what's called TTP, thrombotic thrombocytopenic purpura, the spike proteins were released in breast milk. And of course, the child sucking they thought that if we take the deadliest protein in this virus, then we are able to curtail the infection by creating a vaccine against the deadliest protein in the virus. But that's not what we now have. I hope that explains it.
Thank you very much. Well received, well detailed, lots of knowledge. I have just one question for you quickly. What are the pros and cons of vaccine?
Vaccines are supposed to prevent you from getting an infection. And once you get that first, what's called primary protection, then they can prevent you from transferring infection to other people, which is secondary protection. Now, we have now known, as from the Delta and other, even the actual studies from Pfizer originally published in December 10 in the New England Journal of Medicine, that primary protection does not vaccinated group in that cohort of about 36,000 people that were looked at by the FDA and Pfizer themselves. So the advantages will have been that the vaccine prevents you from getting an infection or from transmitting the infection and from transmitting the infection. But we don't have the vaccinated people are still able to transmit the infection to others. But it's been shown that they may have more benefits in terms of protection than risks from the adverse effects. So you will say vaccinating the elderly may produce far better outcomes as far as cost benefit risk analysis for the vaccine is in the elderly, the immunocompromised. But for a young person who is healthy otherwise, I think the challenge is still for the elderly, the vaccines may have far greater benefit than the risks. But even in that group, early treatment, I think, is still an Olympic champion compared to the vaccine. That's not to say that vaccines have no place. They've shown in some instances, in some cohorts, that the vaccinated people have far less symptoms, are far less likely to be hospitalized. The corona vaccines in everyone, I don't think have a real role for everybody. Treatment or indications for those vaccines should be individualized. There's a place for them. But I think in the rush and in the greed of trying to make the most money, it was forced on everyone. And so the ones who will benefit the most from it, some of them even have adverse effects. We couldn't get that benefit analyzed properly, and who will benefit the most, who is unlikely to benefit, because they just lumped everybody together.
Of course, you're welcome to stay on, Dr. Oper, for a roundtable a little later on.
For all our presenters thus far. What a powerful seminar we have been having. Thank you for attending our conference thus far. Dr. Paul Alexander. Dr. Paul Alexander is a Canadian health researcher and a former Trump administration official at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services during the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Alexander has a bachelor's degree in epidemiology from McMaster University in Hamilton, Ontario, and a master's degree from Oxford University. Dr. Paul Alexander is a passionate
Hello? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. So thanks for that nice introduction. I'll just clarify something. My master's degree is in epidemiology at the University of Toronto. I have an additional graduate degree from the University of Oxford in evidence-based medicine. I did some graduate work at Johns Hopkins in biological warfare, and my doctorate is at McMaster. Previously at WHO and Pan American Health in Washington as their COVID systematic review evidence-based sensitives advisor for COVID when it began in February 2020. At around that time, March, April, May, I moved on to the United States government in Health and Human Services as a senior COVID advisor to Health and Human Services Trump administration, whilst also working with Pan American Health and WHO. But I'm one of those persons internationally pushing the early outpatient treatment, but also whilst I did work in the administration that brought Operation Warp Speed and these vaccines, I'm actually against the vaccines in total, complete, and specifically against the vaccines in children because they provide no room, no opportunity for benefit and only opportunity for potential harms. I don't know who presented before, so I don't know if I might be repeating things, but I just have things in my head that I want to unfold. The vaccines right now, the previous presenter suggested that there's a place. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I am for vaccines once properly developed. These vaccines, these injections were suboptimally developed. The safety portion of the studies were not performed. So we are giving people right now vaccines across the world with no persons who got COVID virus and cleared it and recovered, excluded suspected COVID recovered, excluded elderly persons, and excluded children. And the reason why the FDA did that is because the FDA knew that these vaccines could be potentially dangerous. And the FDA knew that they needed years of data, efficacy data and safety data, before they gave full regulatory approval. The efficacy and the safety of these present vaccines. But it seems that the medical community and the research community and the regulators, they're not reading the science because this study was so potent. I believe it was near 1 million Israeli persons who were vaccinated. They had three groups: double vaccinated persons, persons who had COVID and recovered, and single vaccinated COVID recovered. The findings suggested that there was about a 13-fold increased risk of infection in the double vaccinated persons. The double vaccinated persons had a 13-fold increased risk of being infected with Delta. There was a 27-fold increased risk of symptoms, and I believe an 8 to 9-fold increased risk of being hospitalized. That was a shocking result. And Israel is really our petri dish because they were first out of the gate with the Pfizer. You need to remember something. Pfizer brought a vaccine a couple of years ago called Trovan. TROVAN. These vaccine developers roll out these vaccines to our poor countries, my people, to our poor children in India, in African countries, and they suffer our people because they roll these out knowing they're suboptimal and they kill our people. That Trovan vaccine was for meningitis. And it's the same Pfizer that's bringing this vaccine, rolled that out to our poor people in Nigeria. They killed many Nigerian children. The vaccine had to be stopped. Remember, if you go back to the Qatar lab incident, the polio vaccine 1955, how much damage that polio vaccine did. Remember, if you go back to the H1N1 in 2009, how much damage the narcolepsy, etc. did from that vaccine that they bought. Remember, if you go back to the dengue vaccine in 2017 in the Philippines, how much damage it did to children, how many children died with plasma leakage syndrome. These vaccines, if not developed properly, kill our children. Now, there was also another study from Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam by Chow et al. And they looked at some healthcare workers who were locked down in a facility for 2 weeks, couldn't get out. Delta was raging. What did we find? We found that they were all double vaccinated. And we found that they spread Delta to each other. So it showed us that even double vaccinated healthcare workers spread the virus to each other. But alarmingly, what it showed us, when you combine these results with the Gazette et al. Study in Israel I just spoke about, with the 27-fold increased risk of hospitalization and 13-fold increased risk of infection, the Ho Chi Minh study by Chow showed us there was a 251-fold increased viral load in the oral nasal cavities of those nurses relative to an earlier strain in unvaccinated persons. This showed us clearly that vaccinated people, persons who are vaccinated, are getting infected with the Delta, harboring it, carrying it, and transmitting it. That is the issue. And that is a very, very important. Those two studies are seminal. The ministries of health in every Caribbean island, in every nation in the world, should have these two studies stapled on their wall, because it shows us that Delta is being spread by the vaccinated. I am an unvaccinated person because I had COVID 1 year ago and I recovered. I am immune. I'm immune for life. I will not be getting the vaccines, period. There's no vaccine that they have brought that could supplant my natural immunity that is broad, robust, it will be lifelong, and I can deal with any variant that comes my way. If you layer vaccine immunity on naturally acquired immunity, you run the risk of ending up in the hospital. We have 6 studies right now, one by Raw, one by Matidiodakis, one by Kramer, and there are 3 others. 6 of them that shows that if you take the vaccine and you are COVID recovered, you get side effects, adverse effects. This is not a theoretical risk. We have the data and we have the science. I'm working with people like Dr. McCullough, Dr. Harvey Reish, Peter McCullough, Dr. Steve Kirsch, Dr. Fareed, all of these people, Dr. Howard Tenenbaum. We are studying the evidence daily. We don't just talk, we read it, we study it, we dissect it. So when we speak, we come in informed. Now, what I wanted to say today is this. The listener has to understand that COVID 2020 February and COVID September, October 2021 is, the reality about it is, it's 2 different things. In February of 2020, we didn't know the hell what was going on. We were getting lies from the media. The media was sensationalizing everything coming out of Italy, everything coming out of China, bogus, misleading the world. The media made the rest of the world, it spooked the US administration. The media didn't tell us that the median age of death of the people in Italy that they were showing us on the news every day in body bags was 86, 85, 86. They didn't tell us that those people had 3 grave underlying medical conditions that would have killed them absent of COVID. They didn't tell us that Italians are the second highest chain smokers in the world. There were unhealthy people who died. They didn't tell us that Italians have the highest rates of COPD in the world. They didn't tell us that the Italian healthcare system runs at 99% capacity. On any year over year, if they have 2 extra cases of influenza, it will shut the entire system down. They didn't tell us that. They wanted to scare us. And you had the Trump administration now spooked because you had a dysfunctional task force. We'll get to that separately. But my discussion today is on children and the vaccines. We know that the median age of death approximately is about 82 to 83 from COVID, end-stage COVID. But your life expectancy is about 79 to 80 across the world. So COVID does not cut your life short. COVID kills you beyond your life expectancy. And the listener needs to understand that. Now, we were told a lie by the United States Task Force out of the gate, and it spooked the rest of the world because the rest of the world takes tone. So when Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx and these people came on the podium repeatedly and told the United States and the rest of the world, like the Caribbean, like Australia and these places, that we are all at equal risk of severe outcome if infected, that was a misleading lie. That lie has hobbled and damaged the response across the world still today. We are 19 months in and still struggling because you have Johnny at 15 years old. That lie is still stuck in his head. He's hiding below his bed with his teddy bear still after 19 months. And Johnny's at the prime of his life because Johnny thinks that he's at the same risk of severe outcome as his granny, who's at 90 with 5 underlying grave conditions. And you can't get it out of his head. Johnny will go for a run, a jog in the forest with 5 face masks and no one is around him. So that lie is the lie that we have to change. We have to re-educate our populations. Australia, as an example, is in a catastrophic situation. It is suffering its people. It has its people locked down. It has denied its population moving closer to natural immunity. When you lock a society down like Trinidad and Tobago, you lock down too long and too hard, like in Australia and like New Zealand, you have very limited natural immunity in the population. And you seek to depend on a vaccine to vaccinate yourself out of this. You are going to fail. Every time you open, you're going to have infections. You will not, you could never, ever, ever, I'll say it again, you can never, ever, ever get ahead of an RNA respiratory virus that mutates spontaneously and mutates because of the pressure, the selection pressure we are placing on it with the vaccines, with the lockdowns, with the school closures. Any pressure we place on the virus is going to adapt and adjust. And many of you here are experts and you understand this. Now, I want to focus on the kids because that was the purpose of my talk today. Children bring statistical zero risk to the table. We have the evidence 15 months now. When the director of the CDC, Walensky, comes on the television, or Fauci, or the director of the NIH, Francis Collins, and they talk about we need to vaccinate the children, they are lying to the United States. They are misleading the public. They are lying to the world because they had the data 15 months now, clear data. We had a study out of Sweden by Ludvigsson. They looked at 2 million, all Swedish children, 16 years and below, across the pandemic. No lockdowns, no masks, no restrictions. All children live normal lives, 16 years and below, kindergarten, primary school, whatever. They found zero instances of death, none. We have a study out of the French Alps by Danis et al. They looked at one child who was positive and symptomatic, and that child moved around to 3 different schools in France, exposed many teachers and about 120 other classmates. They found 0 instances of secondary spread, secondary transmission. None. 0. So the question is, we have the evidence firm and settled. This is not a question. The data is clear and settled science for 15 months now. Children do not readily acquire this virus. Children do not spread it to other children. Despite what the media says, they are lying to you. Children do not spread it to adults. Spread comes from adult to child, clusters from the home. Children do not take it home, like how children drive seasonal influenza. Children are the driver of influenza. I know that. Not COVID. COVID has spared our children. Children do not get severely ill from this virus, and children do not die readily from it. The survival rate from 0 to 19 years old, CDC data, is 99.998%. That's nearly 100%. Dr. Marty Makary, senior epidemiologist, a person that I admire greatly, intellect, smart guy. He has been fighting the CDC to get a proper accounting of the children who were given a diagnosis of COVID and died in America. Very small percentage. I think the rate is 0.004. Now, CDC has failed to provide an accounting of whether these deaths were incidental or causal to COVID. So Dr. Makary and his team flipped the CDC off, and they have done their own analysis of the 48,000 Americans who were infected with COVID. We're not even discussing the flawed, corrupted, bogus PCR test, because that test have a 97 to 100% false positive. You should jump that, stop that immediately. That is why we are here, because of that fraud. But put that aside, we put a pin in it for a second. Coming back to Dr. Marty Makary. Marty Makary and his team looked at all of the so-called deaths. They found no child, none, zero, who were given a diagnosis of COVID and death who did not have serious underlying medical conditions. In other words, no healthy child died. And that's the same story in Canada, and that's the same story in Britain. And I argue it's the same story in the Caribbean. I remember reading about 6 months ago about a report in Trinidad and Tobago about 27 cases of MIS-C. I knew the diagnosis was flawed. However, the key in the message in the paragraph in The Guardian was that all the children recovered and all the children recovered. That's the key message, not the title meant to scare Trinidad and Tobagonians. That was the key message. Parents want to know the truth. Is my child going to have to be hospitalized or intubated or die? So the question now is, we know the data is clear. Children bring no risk to the table. Yet we have vaccines, as the previous presenter, because I didn't sign on earlier. I don't know what the other people spoke about, but I'm going off of what this exceptional doctor just spoke. One of the smartest people I've heard in a while. The way he just explained it. So I will ask a question. We know that the vaccines are endothelial. The spike that is produced by our cells is an endothelial pathogen. The spike on its own, when we purify the spike and we inject it into rats, the spike ravages the vasculature, it tears at the wall. The spike devastates the vasculature on its own. Just the spike. Pseudovirons, we got the interior and we just released the spike alone. Just the outside core of the viral ball. And it ravages and destroys the vascular lining. So we know the devastation the spike yields. So the question is, we have a vaccine that Pfizer and Moderna and all these vaccine developers running after money. They produced results and told us there's a 95% relative risk reduction. They lied. They know. I am a research methodologist. If you bring that to me, I'll throw it in the garbage. That's junk science. That's junk methods. You needed to tell me the absolute risk reduction. Only with the absolute risk reduction, I know what's going on. And the absolute risk reduction with Pfizer was 0.7%. That is nothing. That was zero almost. So it was a lie from out of the gate. They confused and befuddled. They confused and befuddled President Trump because he's not a scientist. He was not. He didn't understand what they were doing. He should have not approved these vaccines, not Operation Warp Speed. We didn't need it. We had early treatment. We knew how to manage these people. We knew we had to protect the vulnerable. And we could have get through this and close this out a year now. But they brought this vaccine. I'm not going to discuss the adults who have made a decision to take it. That's a separate discussion. We put a pin in that one too. Going back to the children. The vaccines have not been developed using the proper safety duration. We need 10 to 12 to 15 years so that we could exclude harms. Again, you all are experts here. I may be speaking to the converted. I think I'm speaking to the audience, to the general public. So I'm saying it in a way that I'm trying to explain what I'm saying. We run a study so we could run the safety arm, so we could exclude harms. So we can tell you, we looked at this for 15 years, and all we got was some sore arms and some fever, little diarrhea here and there, but no hospitalizations and no deaths. So if you took this vaccine, we could tell you for 15 years into the future, expect no serious catastrophic events. But today, they took a 15-year process and boiled it down to 3 months and want me to agree with Dr. Fauci or Dr. Walensky from CDC or Dr. Francis Collins that the vaccine is safe. They are lying. They have lied to the world. The vaccine developers have lied to the world. These vaccines are not safe because they have not proven it to be safe. The burden is on them to prove these vaccines were safe before we put them in our arms. And the burden is on them. We don't just believe them. I just gave you 5 instances where vaccines were catastrophic to children, killed children. Why would we take a chance now? The spike protein we know is devastating. We know it's causing clots, it's causing bleeding. When we have reports of women taking their teenage daughter to the doctor and saying, doctor, you know, she's bleeding a little heavier this month. I think doctor, yeah, don't worry about that. Vaccinated, don't worry about that. The period a little off. No. The doctors is a moron. The child is hemorrhaging. Yes, you need to check that. You need to de-dimer the child and see if she's clotting and see if she's bleeding, hemorrhaging from the spike. A lot of these things for us was theoretical risks. But when we look at the data, as the previous presenter, again, brilliant presentation stated, the VAERS database shows us today, that's the CDC's vaccine adverse event, 15,000 deaths today, 700,000 adverse events. The Europe UDRA surveillance system, similar, has 25,000 deaths and about 3 million adverse events for Europe. But let's come back to America. What the listener needs to understand is the VAERS system only captures 1% roughly of the reporting. So the burden, the true burden is not known. We could be talking about 50,000, 100,000, 150,000 deaths as Steve Kirsch has modeled for us. And that guy is a brilliant individual, MIT educated. So we're talking about a catastrophe on our hands and we don't know the true numbers because the CDC not giving it to us. And we are left to try to unpack the issue for the public because we see the harms. So you have the VAERS with 15,000 deaths. The VAERS database is vetted by the CDC. It's a voluntary database that I could go into and input information, but it's punishable by jail if you lie and you're found to have lied. So you don't fool around with that reporting. But more importantly, the CDC goes and culls it and checks the entries. And what is there, what remains there is what is verified by the CDC. The CDC is telling you in their database, 15,000 deaths, 1 to 2 to 5 days post-vaccine have killed people. The vaccines. The CDC says that, not me, and the CDC has verified that. So the question here now is why? Why are they coming at our children? When our children, we just discussed, have almost zero. I'd like to say zero risk, but I'll get myself in trouble. So we say statistical zero. With a vaccine that they have not, and I think the listener needs to understand, never in history, we've had vaccines that were catastrophic and devastating, but they still had a safety portion. Whether they ran the safety portion properly, whether they fudged the data, put a pin in that one. But in this case, nobody has done. They didn't even do the research in the non-human primates. Nothing. They've given us no safety data to look at. Just trust us. No. We can't trust these people with our children. I am saying it as slowly as possible. If we vaccinate our children with these vaccines, the deaths that we've seen in adults will now accrue in our children. Children will die, not may die. Children will die from these vaccines. Why? How could I say that so assuredly? Well, we know that adults have died. Again, the CDC's data tells us that. Well, then you might say, but Paul, why would that happen in children? They haven't died so far from even COVID. You even said that. That is true. Because children bring a natural protection to the table. And we knew this. We studied it. In fact, we just published something to show that you must consider children already vaccinated. They're immune. Why? Because Patel et al. Did a study to show that the ACE2 receptor that the previous presenter eloquently and brilliantly described, the ACE2 receptor in the nostrils, the oral, the nasopharyngeal cavity, is not expressed, or stated another way, doesn't exist at the levels as an adult. The ACE2 receptor is a critical molecule found throughout the body. It plays a key role in fluid balance, blood pressure control throughout your body. It moves salt in terms of the amount of salt you retain, the amount of salt you excrete. Very vital for your survival. You don't fool around with the ACE2 receptor. We thought that was its only principal key job. Lo and behold, this virus has found a way to use the ACE2 receptor to gain entry into your cells. So we wanted to know, why do children have such low risk of being infected or becoming ill? Turns out by the research by Patel, the children have negligible ACE2 receptor in their nostrils, which is the principal place that the infection begins. The infection virus lands there. So that is why. That's part of the puzzle. We also studied work by Lusk et al. That showed us that in the upper respiratory tract of children, there are also like a pre-activated innate antiviral immunity that exists in children, in the mucosal compartment, and that thus the children's immune system is much more nimble and capable of responding viciously fast and vanquishing the virus. That was part 2 of the puzzle, because we wrote this paper and we published it. Part 3, we went further and we studied some research by Yang et al. That showed us that children have B-cell immunity already existing. They looked at the blood of children before COVID started. They actually had blood available to them that they had sampled. And they studied this blood and they found B-cell immunity to SARS-CoV-2. The immune system was triggered, and it led to the discussion and the conclusion that because of children's prior exposure to common cold coronaviruses, remember, all of our children get 2 to 3 common colds a year. And we have been arguing, I have been arguing, the team that I'm with have been arguing, that children bring that immunity to the table. And Yang et al. Study fleshed that out beautifully and showed it. There was also a 4th piece to the puzzle that I put together that showed by Weisberg and Faber that the T cells in the children's immune system are very naive and untrained. And therefore, because of this naivety and immaturity, the T cell immunity is very capable of being trained quickly when exposed to the SARS-CoV-2. So when we put these 4 molecular and biological pieces together, I came to the conclusion, we wrote this paper and published, that you must consider children already vaccinated. You don't need to touch our children. Leave our children alone. Children don't need any vaccines. Children have low risk to begin with. The vaccines are suboptimal. They do not have, we already discussed, they're failed. The vaccines have failed for the Delta variant. The vaccine is not hitting the Delta. That is why everyone in Israel and the UK, Gibraltar and Iceland, even United States, the Barnstable outbreak in Massachusetts showed us that the vaccines have failed. It's dead. These vaccines, unless you go back to the lab and swap out the spike and put a spike to Delta, etc., and you redo the vaccines, you should garbage these vaccines. But put a pin in that, back to the children. Because of that, because of what I'm saying here, why would you put a suboptimal vaccine that has no safety data for our children? We have no safety data. We saw something published recently in the news that Pfizer is saying they're going to go to the FDA shortly because they did a study on 5 to 11-year-olds. That is bogus. When I read what is there in the news, they're talking about 2,200 children, small sample size. They're talking about collecting antibody levels. That is garbage research. You junk that in the garbage. That can't stand up to scientific scrutiny. We needed a proper comparative control group. Don't tell me you're comparing antibodies in children to antibodies in teenage children. That's junk. We needed more than that. We needed years of follow-up. You can't do this in a few weeks or a month and tell me you watch these children for 1 month and want to tell me these vaccines are safe. That is reckless and dangerous. I am saying again, the natural protection that children had with the limited ACE receptors in the nostril, if we bypass that protection, we are going to kill many children. If you introduce the vaccine, the previous presenter, again, exceptionally brilliant man, he explained that when you introduce the vaccine into the shoulder, into the deltoid, the idea was that the vaccine would remain localized in the muscle tissue, probably get to the local lymph drainage node, etc. The lipid nanoparticles, etc., would enter cells. The mRNA would be translated. The spike protein would be produced, and then they migrate to the surface of the cells. And then your immune system, as he explained, will come by, check it out, and begin the immune response. Turns out, as he mentioned, Dr. Brittle, who I work with on a day-to-day basis, probably one of the smartest, most brilliant virologists, immunologists in the world, in the entire world, and he came from Canada, great University of Guelph. As he explained, 75% based on that Japanese biodistribution study, 75% of the vaccine is entering into the systemic circulation. What does that mean? That means that when we looked at the data, we are seeing that the lipid nanoparticles, etc., is bioaccumulating in some very critical tissue that it should not be there, in the testes in males, in the ovaries in females, in the rat model. But we need to extrapolate it to the human model. Why? Because Pfizer didn't do the study and Moderna didn't do the study. So we need to take it anyhow we could get it. It's bioaccumulating in the brain, crossing the blood-brain barrier, in the spleen, in the adrenals. This is a very, very serious issue. So when Dr. Brittle came and he said, we need to put a pause and we need to study this properly, we need proper safety data, and he was attacked in the media. That was so brutal. That was so terrible what they did to this guy. You should give this guy the Nobel Prize, because it was him and like Dr. Charles Hoff in Canada, these people that started people to recognize that we have a problem with the spike. Yet they tried to destroy him, smear him, and slander him. You're slandering Dr. J. Bhattacharya because he's telling you, hold on, children are not candidates for this vaccine. You're attacking me because I tell you, stop. I supported President Trump because I worked there and I saw the good he did for African Americans. I could talk about it. It's not what the news told you. He did things that were never shared by the news. Many, many minorities, poor people, got improved lives under him. That is why I accepted my post. But I am against his decision to bring these vaccines. So I'm not a Trump junkie. I'm talking science. I will support him again. I will vote for him again. But he made a mistake. He was fooled. He was misled by the vaccine developers, by the FDA, the NIH, the CDC. These vaccines were never needed. These vaccines should have never been brought. These vaccines are a potential problem. You see, the problem here is it seems to be working for some people, but is a catastrophic failure for a lot of people also who develop serious adverse events and they die. Again, it's in the CDC database. It's not me making it up. So for some people, it is failure. We're not supposed to have that. The meningitis vaccine that millions of American young people get every year, they have 0 to 1 death. 0 to 1 death. All of the vaccines in the United States, 70, 72 of them every year, collectively, all amount to about 148 to 150 deaths per year combined. Roughly 1 to 2 deaths, reaction to the vaccine, anaphylaxis or something. How could one vaccine now, in a matter of 6 months, cause 15,000 deaths, which we modeling to be really about 150,000 deaths? How? And people are not pulling the hair out of their head, and people are lining up for these vaccines, and people are allowing these government and these media to be talking this garbage and telling you this is safe and effective. All we are saying is slow down, put a pause, get us the safety data. Is it the end of my talk? Hello?
Yes, yes, Dr. Alexander. Yes, you extended a little bit further than your allotted time.
No problem. I'm done.
Okay, great. So we'll have Dr. McDowell come on for a second before we get our next presenter, who will be Steve Kirst.
Tell me when to go.
Hello?
Praise the Lord. Thank you so much, Dr. Paul Alexander. Always a
Dr.
pleasure.
McDowell.
As usual.
Dr. McDowell, you know how much I admire you.
The kind of thing that we need to hear in Trinidad and Tobago. I say again, sir, amen, I thank God for you, and I wish we had a governmental administration who had the presence of mind to secure your services, amen, as President Trump secured your services, to help take us through this situation and to help us overcome the pandemic fully and finally. So again, let's appreciate very much Dr. Paul Alexander, son of the soil, amen, did his bachelor's degree and his PhD at McMaster University, my alma mater, amen, and so very proud of you, Paul. Keep up the good work. God bless you, amen, and I hope you'll be staying on for the rest. Praise the Lord.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Who is going to introduce our next speaker, our next presenter, Stephen T. Kirsch.
As a Bachelor of Science and Computer Science from MIT. Including mouse systems, Frame Technology Corp., InfoSeek, and OneID. In April 2020, he started the COVID-19 Early Treatment Fund to fund COVID-19 drug repurposing research. We will now have Stephen Kirsch.
I'm trying to, okay, great. I'm going to share my screen here.
We can hear you.
Yep, I'm about to share my screen. I have some slides. And I'll go through, how much time do I have?
30 minutes.
Sorry, 20 minutes?
30.
15, we shorten the time, 15 to 20 minutes.
What?
Wow, okay. You know, okay, I have to talk faster. Okay, so I'm going to kind of summarize what you've heard from other speakers. I'll give you my unique perspective on it. And the title of this presentation is called All You Need to Know About COVID Vaccine Safety. And there's a copy of the talk. If you go to my website, skirsch.io, and click on the vaccine article, you'll get that. And I'll go through that towards the end. So the problem that we face here with these vaccines is that nobody's paying attention to the elephant in the room. And that is that the COVID vaccines basically kill more people than they save. And what's interesting is that that's true for all age groups over a 6-month efficacy period, which is how long these vaccines sort of last for. So it doesn't make any sense. I know you heard some speakers earlier that said, well, you could justify it in the elderly. No, it turns out that in the elderly, it's more justifiable, but it's still, you're killing more people than you're saving. So it doesn't make any sense at all for anyone. So in other words, what I'm saying is that nobody at all should take the vaccine. And there are 3 stopping conditions. There are actually more than 3, but these 3 stopping conditions have already been met. So first is, if you have a vaccine which always kills more people than it saves, it's insane to use that vaccine. Secondly, is we've killed over 150,000 Americans so far and counting, and the number could be higher than 250,000. We have, I've estimated this 8 different ways, and I've had multiple researchers look at it different ways. And the lowest estimate of the 8 different ways that we looked at this was 150,000. The highest estimate was 260,000. So I always try to be safe when I talk about the number of people killed so that I don't get attacked. So I always pick the lowest number, which is 150,000. That's a disaster. Normally we stop a vaccine when it's killed like 35 people. To kill 150,000 and nobody says, well, maybe we should rethink that. We've got a serious problem. And of course, we permanently disabled over 300,000 people. And there are over 1,000 significant side effects that are severe adverse events that have been triggered by these vaccines. So it's not just it triggers heart attack or triggers stroke. There are over 1,000 side effects. So it's very broad. When people get disabled, they get disabled for lots of different reasons. And when they die from lots of different reasons. It could be their heart that stops. It could be pulmonary embolism, where their lungs are giving out. It could be a stroke, and it could be just unexplained deaths or multi-organ failures and so forth, and unexplained deaths as well. It could be suicide. It elevates suicide. So it's extraordinary, the range of symptoms that people can die. And this is why people can't spot the deaths, because this guy died from a stroke and this guy died from something else. And they don't think it's related to the vaccine because it keeps changing. Well, that's because it's a little bit like rolling the dice. When you inject a poison into your bloodstream, you don't know whether the poison is going to accumulate in your brain, in your heart, in your lungs, somewhere else. So another stopping condition we have is the number of kids that we've killed. So the interesting thing is that we've killed more kids so far with these vaccines than have ever died from COVID. So the COVID vaccines have killed an estimated 574 kids, and that's kids in the range from 12 to 17 to date. And the CDC, according to the CDC numbers, COVID has only killed 361. So we've now killed more kids from the vaccine than from the virus. So in this case, it's quite true that the cure is worse than the disease, and we can back it up with numbers. Now, I try to have an open discussion on this research that I did that's backed up by others, and it's also backed up in the peer-reviewed literature, in the scientific literature. So there's a paper that came out and said that I was wrong, that they thought it was 5 times as many people killed as you would expect lives saved from COVID. And that's for the elderly. And for younger people, it's even worse. And there's a new study out that's not out yet, but it was done on the Medicare system. And they found we killed 10 elderly people for every 1 person that we saved. So it's even worse for younger people. So we still need to verify those numbers, This is what I've heard, and we have a statistician working on verifying that. But if it's true, that then if I'm wrong, I like to be wrong because I underestimated. So you'll see my numbers shortly. But the interesting thing is that nobody will engage in an open discussion about these claims. And I did a survey on Gab with my followers, and I said, look, should we have an open discussion as soon as possible with the authorities on this, or should it be done via published literature in slow motion? In other words, do we find out the answer whether these vaccines are safe over 2 years, or do we find it out in, say, 2 hours? Seems that you rarely see a vote where you have 654 people voting, where there were no votes for the other option. So, and of course, the medical community ignores this. There is not a single person in the medical community that will accept a debate from myself, from anybody on my team, from Dr. Brittle. And there are even some people that I just learned about today, 4 professors at the University of Waterloo, for example, and they protested the vaccine, and they sent me an email this morning saying, yeah, they challenged all the other faculty members at the University of Waterloo to a debate, and nobody would debate them. So basically, anybody who objects, you're treated like a non-person and not worthy of debate. And that's pretty telling that they're not willing to say anything. So here are our 9 inconvenient truths that that I like to talk about. So the first is we estimated 150 excess deaths 8 different ways, and that's to make it bulletproof. So if people say they don't like our virus numbers, that's fine. You got 7 other ways to try to prove us wrong. Make my day. So far, nobody's really found a convincing argument that disputes any one of the 8 different ways. Nobody has even comes close to disputing all 8 different ways. And I even have $1 million offer out for anyone who wants to dispute the analysis that was done by Matthew Crawford. And there have been no takers on my $1 million. It doesn't cost you anything. You get a free $1 million if you can find an error. So nobody's found an error to date. The numbers have been validated in the peer-reviewed medical literature. So papers by Ron Kostoff and Jessica Rose, for example. The CDC is lying to people that there are no deaths from the vaccines. We'll get to that shortly. Nobody can show us a more accurate way to estimate the excess death count than we've done. They all just throw up their hands and say, you can't do that. Nobody from the CDC, FDA, or their respective outside committees will agree to a public debate, despite the overwhelming public demand. Masks don't work at all. I mean, this is complete bullshit. And look, masks don't stop smoke. The CDC says masks don't stop smoke. Guess what? The virus is smaller than smoke. So if masks don't work for smoke to protect you from smoke, how can they protect you against the virus? Well, the answer is they can't. So this is all of these mask mandates. It's pure theater. It's so ridiculous. And even Fauci, when the pandemic first started, he says, hey, wear a mask if it makes you feel better, but it's not going to make a difference. He was actually telling the truth back then. It's a rare moment where he told the truth. And then, of course, he changed his tone because, well, we have to do something to make it look like we're doing something, because otherwise it's going to look like we don't know what we're doing. So they invented masks. And there was, in fact, a Danish mask study, and you can look this up in the British Medical Journal. And it found that masks didn't work, but they couldn't get it published. So they had to change the conclusion to say that masks worked. And then they were able to get their paper published. So we're not talking science here. We're talking about corruption of science to meet the political will of the administration. Recovered immunity is always greater than vaccine immunity. It makes no sense to vaccinate a recovered patient. So, I mean, it makes no sense to vaccinate, period. But I mean, you're really compounding it by vaccinating a recovered patient. That recovered patient already has, 25 times more immunity than the vaccine would ever give you. So why would you vaccinate that person? It is insane. And finally, early treatment protocols are the safer, more effective, smarter alternative to vaccination, which we've heard a lot about. So here, I haven't quite figured out how the FDA and the CDC are missing the safety signals, but I think what they do is they give people a kind of a employment test, and they ask people to look at this chart, which is actually the VAERS chart for death reports over the years. And of course, 2021 is when they introduced the COVID vaccines. And if you can look at this chart and say there's nothing to see here, you can actually get a job working for the CDC or the FDA in safety. It's kind of the Rorschach test. So I think that's how they can ignore all these safety signals. I can't figure it out otherwise. So we never needed a vaccine because these early treatment works. The early treatments work so well. Uttar Pradesh in India is now COVID-free, and they have virtually no vaccination. I mean, it's like 9% vaccination rates. I won't go into, for sake of time, I won't go into how we do the calculation, but this is the interesting table to pay attention to. So this is the number, essentially a normalized number, deaths per million doses from the vaccine for a particular age group. And this is the number of deaths expected from COVID. So as you can see, for people of age 20 to 30, we're going to kill 6 people to save 1 person over the next 6 months. And, that's nonsensical. But even for 80-year-olds, where the numbers are much higher, but the COVID numbers are much higher too, but they're not as big as the vaccine numbers. And I calculate 1.8 to 1. Ron Kostoff found it was 5 to 1, and we're seeing that the CMS data may show like a 10 to 1. So I think these numbers are the most conservative that you'll see anywhere where they're derived. This column is derived from the VAERS data, and this column is derived from the CDC data. And all of this is accessible. You can read this article, and it goes through the derivation of all of these numbers, so you can derive it yourself and make sure I didn't make a mistake. This was an adverse event table I made fairly early on, and it has pulmonary embolism was the symptom that we found to be the most increased, and it's actually, I think, more than this in the most recent calculation, significantly more. But the point is that there's this inability to talk was elevated by 52 times, slow speech 54 times, Parkinson's disease 55 times, death 58 times. I mean, this is Jessica Rose found over 10,000 event types that were triggered by these vaccines, of which 1,000 of which are very severe. This thing is a complete disaster. This is like giving people poison. So the calculation from the VAERS data is you have to use you can't use that 12,000 number because that's not the domestic deaths. The domestic deaths is 6,756, and you multiply that by 41, and 41 is this magical, it's called the URF, which is the underreporting factor. And that's because for every 41 events, only 1 gets recorded in VAERS because people are lazy about reporting it, or because they're so frustrated in making their VAERS report. So you're seeing just from the VAERS data, it is 276,000, which is over 250,000 excess deaths. And what this means is that this is over background. So we're going to expect a certain number of deaths, just coincidental. So the 276 is sort of excess deaths. And then when you have excess deaths, you have to go look for a cause. And you say, gee, what do we do differently that would have caused 250,000 people to die? I mean, 250,000 people is a lot of people. And what could have caused that? The vaccine's one of the causes. But you know what? Nobody in the entire planet can suggest anything other than the vaccine is the cause. So a lot of people say, well, there's correlation, but it doesn't prove causation. Well, correlation does prove causation when there's no other explanation for it. Okay, so you got 276,000 deaths. It's correlated with the vaccine, but it's not correlated with anything else. So it has to be the vaccine that's causal. So that's what most people won't tell you. They'll tell you, oh, you can't determine causality. That's bullshit. So the way that we know that the CDC is lying to all of us is that there's this courageous guy, Peter Schirmacher. He's the top pathologist at the University of Heidelberg. He's one of the 100 top pathologists in the world. And he's a member of the Germany National Academy of Sciences. His H index is 100, which puts him in a very elite category. He's had over 40,000 citations on his papers. And he did an autopsy. This guy actually, if you can imagine this, he actually ran an autopsy on people who died after getting the vaccine within 2 weeks. He took 40 people who died 2 weeks after they got the vaccine, and then he looked at their bodies. He found that at least 30 to 40% died due to the vaccine, and it's probably a lot more. So 30 to 40% is just a minimum, because you can only go so far in an autopsy in determining a cause of death. And of course, his result was never covered by the mainstream media in the United States at all. Most people have never heard of it. Top guy. So everybody trashed this guy saying, oh, you can't do this. And then he said, no, you can't say that I can't do that because you never looked at the bodies. And in fact, a couple of other pathologists, Dr. Burkhardt and Dr. Lang in Germany, who have no association with Dr. Schirmacher, confirmed the findings. In fact, they went even further. They said they found at least 70% of the deaths were probable to very likely caused by the vaccine in their autopsy. So yeah, he's validated. And Norway also found the same thing, and they just looked at the death records. So the question is, how can Peter Schirmacher, the other Germans, and Norway all be able to find causality in sample sizes like 40 or less, but the CDC can't do it, and they, even with 14,000 deaths, they haven't found a single death that was caused by the vaccine. Maybe it was 3 for the J&J vaccine, but Pfizer has caused 0 deaths according to the CDC. They have 14,000 cases. They couldn't find a single one. I mean, this is really astonishing. And it's because they're lying. So we have peer-reviewed scientific literature that backs all of this up. If you download the presentation, you can, this Kostoff paper is really great because it basically says, you search for the place where it says in plain English, and he says in plain English, we're killing 5 people to save 1. This is the dumbest vaccine ever. We have other validation. And let's see, I think I'm running pretty short of time right now. Let's go. Oh yeah, I have 15 seconds left. So, you can look through the slides. I think they're pretty self-explanatory. Germany found boosters were deadly even for the elderly, where they're supposed to make a difference. So this is just another thing. They found they were given to 90 inhabitants got the booster shot. It resulted in 1 death, 2 resuscitations, and 9 critically ill with cardiopulmonary symptoms. Okay, so these guys are going to die. So 10% death rate. Okay, and for the elderly, it's maybe 1% that they might get COVID. So 10 to 1. 10 to 1. Nursing home in Canada, the Sunnycrest Nursing Home, and there you killed 4 people to maybe save 1 life. So, again, close to this 5 to 1 number that Kostoff found. Oahu Nursing Home, nice, some videos of Aubrey and Aguirre who spoke out kind of extemporaneously at an event. He was rewarded by being fired for disclosing this information, that essentially it was more than a 4 to 1 ratio of residents dying from the vaccine versus COVID. So here we have yet another, sort of 4-to-1 example in the elderly. And then the icing on the cake is Pfizer's own phase 3 study. Okay, so this is the drug company's own study, and this is the 6-month result. This is the most definitive study on all-cause mortality. And when you talk to scientists, they say, well, I don't believe any of this anecdotal stuff, and I don't believe anything in VAERS, because that's just real data, and we ignore anything in the real world. We just, as scientists, we just look at the phase 3 trials because that tells us what's going on. Okay, so fine. I say, have it your way. In the placebo group, 14 people died. In the vaccine group, 20 people died. In other words, we killed basically 7 people in order to save one person from COVID, because one person from COVID was saved in this. There were 2 COVID deaths in the placebo group. There's 1 in the treatment group. Most of the deaths were not related to COVID, but as you can see, the vaccine killed more people. We basically killed 7 people to save 1. And this is Pfizer's own study. And I brought this up to Minister Hines in our debate, and they didn't like that very much. This is a radio debate with Minister Hines in Trinidad and Tobago. And so they dropped me from the call and then they just proceeded to attack me on a personal level rather than to attack the data, because they couldn't attack the data. So this was really, really damaging for them. So anyway, the Pfizer's own trial results proved that vaccination is nonsensical. Vaccinating kids, pregnant women, and those who have already had COVID is even worse than nonsensical. And early treatment, vaccination is not the solution. This is Israel. Israel's one of the most vaccinated places on the planet, and the cases are out of control there. Whereas early treatment, Uttar Pradesh is COVID-free because they embraced early treatments. Now, Kerala is really interesting. So this is another state in India. It has 3% of India's population. And what they did is they said, we're going to vaccinate everybody, right? So 67% of its inhabitants have at least 1 vaccination. That's huge. And this state, which is only 3% of India's population, has over 65% of all of India's cases with only 3% of the population. So this is just a striking contrast on how vaccination causes your case counts to go through the roof, because the vaccinated people are just more likely to get COVID. So early treatment benefits: no masking, no social distancing, no more lockdowns, no more mandates, lots of benefits, higher risk reduction, you can have prophylaxis protocols, greater safety, nobody gets killed from the treatment. They lower all-cause mortality and morbidity, works on all variants, doesn't promote escape variants, and you get natural immunity. So you could read the list at your leisure. And of course, these hospital treatments are more likely to kill you than to save you, unfortunately. And, the same mistreatment that happens by not giving you early treatment, then when you get into the hospital, then they mistreat you. They give you stuff like, what's that drug, remdesivir. Yeah, that's more likely to kill you than to save you. And then, people's lives are destroyed here. There's this great Facebook post with over 200,000 stories. And it's all basically, hey, COVID was easy. The vaccines have killed my friends or injured my friends. And, I'm not recovering from the vaccine. And nobody's listening to those stories. And a lot of them are heartbreaking. This man lost his 15-year-old son from the vaccine. Here's another tragic one that I read that I found hard to read. My son died while taking his math class on Zoom. We're waiting for the autopsy because doctors did not find anything. He was a healthy boy, had a good academic index. He wanted to be a civil engineer, and he was checked just 20 minutes before he died. And he was perfectly normal 20 minutes before he died. And then there's this tragic thing. He was the best thing in my life. That's a tough one. And then on the presentation, everyone should watch this video. This is a woman who had to have a C-section to give birth. The hospital said, we're not going to give you a C-section unless you get vaccinated. And so she had no choice. She didn't want to get vaccinated. They forced her to get vaccinated. And now her child is neurologically damaged in a way that I have never seen a child damaged. I hope you will take time to watch that video, because this is what they're doing to our kids. And then, to close, ask yourself, have you ever heard of anyone who got treated early with a proven early treatment protocol ever died from COVID? The answer is no. Nobody has ever told me of a single person who got treated early with a good early treatment protocol ever dying from COVID. And I got to add this one, because Nicki Minaj was right. She basically said, she tweeted this about her cousin in Trinidad because his friend got it and became impotent. His testicles became swollen. So if you click on this link, you'll see that Nicki Minaj was right. And I would love to talk to Nicki Minaj, because I would love to have her debate Fauci and win. And we can give her the ammo to do that. So if anybody is listening who knows her, who can get her in touch with me, you can send me a message on LinkedIn or DM me on my Gab account. But I would love to talk to her, because if she goes and whips Fauci's ass in a debate, boy, the whole world will take notice of that. And it turns out she was right. The whole world was wrong about this. They said, oh, no, there's no connection. It's all bullshit. And if you click on that link, you will learn what the science actually says. And it says that Nicki Minaj was perfectly justified in making that quote, and all the experts who trashed her are completely wrong. So here you have the new expert in COVID symptoms, your own Nicki Minaj. No one will debate us on the science. They have to censor us, basically, and it's terrible. You can see here, this tweet is misleading. Twitter is basically saying we're not going to let you promote that. Here's how the FDA responds to all these accusations. It says, well, we don't agree with you, so have a nice day. We don't want to talk to you anymore. So I give them 30 pages of stuff that they should respond to, including, hey, we calculated it 8 different ways. And they said, well, we don't like the way you did your VAERS thing, so we're not going to you anymore. This is how you get treated. This is the official response of the FDA. I mean, it's really shameful. And then when I try to write to Stephen Anderson at the FDA, who's responsible, who's the top guy in the FDA for monitoring safety, it's like, hey, I'm wondering if you're ever going to talk to me about my analysis, and if you find a mistake or whatever, or if you even want to see it, and you don't get any response. It's complete silence. It's terrible. And you can, for professors at UCSF, these guys will go on CNN in a heartbeat and talk about how great the vaccines are. But I offered to donate $20,000 if she would just, spend a couple hours debating me on camera. $20,000 for a 2-hour debate. And the answer is, I get totally ignored. And, I'm trying everything, but they just don't want to debate. So in summary, the vaccines kill more people than they save. And even if my calculations are wrong by 100 times, they still don't make any sense. Early treatment is going to get us to zero COVID. And what they did in Uttar Pradesh, there are way more effective treatments than what was done in Uttar Pradesh, and they got to zero. There are more effective treatments than what they used there, but nobody is paying any attention. George Fareed and Brian Tyson, who have a 99.76% relative risk reduction, which beats the crap out of any vaccine in terms of efficacy and safety, they have tried reaching out to the NIH to say, hey, you should look what we've got. And they don't get a return phone call, right? These guys do not care how many people die. It's all about the vaccines, and it doesn't matter how many people they kill. They will push the vaccine. So if you want to contact me, you can follow me on Gab. It's gab.com, St. Kirsch. And I have a account on LinkedIn. And here's the one thing you have to know is skirsch.io. And if you just click on this vaccine resources, it has everything you need. It has all the materials. It has this presentation. It's got over 600 pages of documents in support of this. And that's pretty much it. So, and there. Let's see. Stop sharing. Okay.
Always want to put a doctor before that. I'm maybe prophesying. Thank you so much, Steve. And as I said to you before, I believe we are facing the greatest existential crisis in the history of human civilization. And we understand that the governments of this world who are breaking the laws of their land with impunity, we understand that you are not going to stop. We understand that you will not stop. But we want to let you know that we will not stop either. We're going to keep coming. We're going to keep sharing this life-saving information. We're going to promote life-saving medication that can intervene and stop this pandemic. We believe this pandemic can be overcome. That's why we're having this. This is a solution-oriented seminar. And I thank God for the submissions of Steve Kirsch. People, we are fighting for our humanity. And I thank God for Steve Kirsch, who has dedicated his time, his treasure, his talent. He's funding medical research to discover new drugs to treat COVID-19. And he has offered $1 million US to debate anyone on the scientific data concerning the COVID-19 vaccines, proving them to be he shows that they're totally ineffective, and they're totally unsafe. And he's donating. He is putting on the table an offer of $1 million US for anybody who can debate him and prove him wrong. Nobody so far has taken up the challenge. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, it's hard to give away $1 million nowadays.
In Rome, Italy, about 3 weeks ago, there was a global COVID summit. And many doctors from all over the world gathered in Rome to make presentations, much like these doctors are making presentations right now. Amen. And coming out of that, I want you to know that 5,000, now you didn't hear this, you never heard this on the CNN news because they didn't share it. 5,200 doctors signed a declaration accusing COVID policymakers of crimes against humanity. That's powerful. That's powerful. And that data on the 5,200 was from about 3 or 4 days ago. It could be much more by now. And the government cover-ups just will not stop. I remember in one of our government briefings a while ago, after a couple of months, maybe a month and a half ago, one doctor shared that after 1 month of the vaccination, within 1 month of the vaccination rollout, 350 people had died had died. And of those 350, 341 were partially vaccinated, had received a first shot of the vaccine. And she expressed condolences. She said the files showed that 341 out of 350 deaths, 341 of them had received 1 shot of the vaccine. And she lamented their deaths and sent condolences to the families. After that, she was shut down. I've never seen her appear again. Amen. And there have been serious damage control efforts done by the government. We still have no statistics in Trinidad and Tobago about how many people who have died were vaccinated either partially or fully. Amen. That is a travesty. And the government is still covering up vaccine deaths in Trinidad and Tobago. And I just want to say that we were to have a powerful doctor was supposed to be on today, but he couldn't make it because of a conflict of scheduling. That's Dr. George Fareed. And he is actively treating COVID-19 patients. He has treated 7,000 COVID-19 patients and has not lost one. None have died because he is using proper early treatment protocols. We can overcome this pandemic. We can stop this pandemic. And we're going to continue to come at you. We have a powerful presenter about to come on. Amen. And I know this is a female doctor. She's a PhD in molecular biology and a number of other qualifications. I'm going to turn over to one of our announcers to introduce her right now. So let's turn over to Mrs. Crystal Bramble as she introduces our next speaker.
You're on mute.
Hold a second. We're not hearing you. Hi, we're not hearing you. No, not hearing. Bevon, we're not hearing now.
So go ahead.
Hello. I'm going to try and join on my mobile as well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Is that okay? Sorry.
Yeah. Great.
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Yes. Let me just introduce our next guest, having some audio problems on the other side. I'd like to introduce Professor Dr. Dolores Cahill. I am really looking forward to her presentation. She's a legend in the COVID battle. She brings a number of different forces to bear on this situation. She's a molecular biologist. She has a PhD in molecular biology and immunology. Dolores Cahill is an inventor, founder, and shareholder of companies and has been granted and licensed patents in Europe, USA, and worldwide with applications in improving the early accurate diagnosis of disease, autoimmune diseases, and cancer. Her latest business venture includes the World Freedom Alliance, Freedom Airways, and Custodine. And from what I've heard, Freedom Airways is actually an attempt to launch a new airline that will willingly transport the vaccinated. More than 20 years experience in high throughput protein and antibody array, proteomics technology, development, automation, and biomedical applications in biomarker discovery, diagnostics, and personal medicine. Professor Dr. Dolores Cahill. Amen. If I go on, she has a very impressive array of different things that she has been involved in. But I would like to put her on now, let her speak for herself. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the platform Professor. Yeah, okay, and before just releasing Dr. Cahill, we want to thank our previous we want to thank Dr. Caxton O'Perry again so much for his presentation a little earlier this evening. And I know he may be leaving us at this time. I know he has a major commitment every Saturday evening. So we will miss him at the round table if he is leaving. If not, we would love to have him there. Again, thank you so much, Dr. O'Perry. Amen. And welcome to, let's say a special welcome to Dr. Dolores Cahill. I am muted.
Dr. Karen, you need to unmute.
I don't know if you can. I'm on my mobile as well.
You will get feedback. You will get feedback
Can
if
you
you're
hear
on both.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you'll get feedback if you're on both.
Drop the volume of the other one.
Okay, and if you wouldn't mind putting on the slides.
All right, you ready to go? You're on mute again. We're not hearing you, Dr. Cahill.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yeah, you'll have to turn off the mobile. Too much
Okay,
feedback.
that's great. I'll turn off the mobile.
Yeah.
Can you still hear me? Sorry about that.
Yes, you can. You can. Yeah, we can hear you. You go ahead. We've seen your slides.
So just give me a thumbs up if it's okay, if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So my name is Dolores Cahill. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about adverse events and medical error. And also just to briefly mention, if you go to the next slide,
You have to control from your end, Dolores. You yeah, you'll have to move it from your end.
which some of the initiatives I've been involved in, which is the World Freedom Alliance. And I'm very honored to be president of the World Freedom Alliance and the World Doctors Alliance. And I think it's very important just to mention it here because there are over 180,000 doctors, scientists, and people supporting the World Doctors Alliance and over 100 countries in the World Freedom Alliance. So that we, voluntary people are working all around the world in order to highlight what's going on and also to back and to including our rights to make decisions about our own body, which includes freedom of bodily integrity. And also, as you mentioned, we have Freedom Travel Alliance and also the PC Consortium, which is related to trying to unlock the world in order to defend our freedom to travel without having to be PCR tested or to wear masks, and also to try and identify if SARS-CoV-2 is circulating now, and that's in the PCR sequencing consortium of the world, also called TestGate. And then this is the World Freedom Alliance, worldfreedomalliance.org, and the World Doctors Alliance, because it's really only with the countries around the world reaching out and talking to each other, because we're all experiencing the same issues. And also I'm supporting the World Council for Health with Dr. Tess Laurie and and nurses who have they can have a multi-nation body or council that will allow and regulate them in order that they can prescribe life-saving treatment around the world. So then this is an area, medical error and adverse events, that I've been researching for many years. And this is an article that I wrote in 2018, just to let you know that I've been studying this some time. And in this article, it was based on an OECD report about the economics of patient safety. And in that report, it said that on average, 1 in 10 hospitalizations in the OECD countries were caused by medical error and adverse events of prescribed medications or medications that are delivered by health professionals, which would include vaccination. So that means that it's one of the leading causes of death and disease burden across the world. And as you'll see, there are issues that I was highlighting again in 2018, that as many as 40% of patients experience safety and adverse event issues in primary and ambulatory care. And also I highlighted there the need to systematically report and study medical error and adverse events, because it's known to be notoriously underreported. And we know it might even be either only 1 in 10 adverse events reported or only 1 in 100 or less. And still it's a leading cause of disease and death, even though it is not reported very often. And then just to move on to some of the most recent figures for adverse events related to the COVID-19 clinical trials. And these are figures from the beginning or the middle of September 2021. And normally these are all clinical trials. They are only emergency use authorization. And in the world, normally, if 25 or 50 people died in a clinical trial, the clinical trial around the world would have been stopped immediately. And here we see figures from September 2021, and there are over 40,000 deaths reported in these clinical trials. And I, with many others, have been calling for a complete stop of these clinical trials for many months. We also see that the injuries are around almost 2 million, are the total number of adverse events that are reported. And that there are, that is in the United Kingdom, within the EU and the US. And it turns out that each patient may have 2 or 3 injuries. So the total number of injuries are around 6 million, reported by almost 2 million people. So this is a significant burden of adverse events across the world. And we would see that obviously we don't have the figures for Central America or South America or Africa or Australia in these figures, but this is an absolutely excessive amount of adverse events that are associated with these clinical trials. And here's a recent paper as well, which is just out at the end of August. And it's saying that the COVID-19 vaccines have been shown to cause more harm than good based on the actual clinical trial data using the proper scientific endpoint, which is all-cause severe mortality, morbidity. So that you can see it's highlighted there within this paper that they say that the number of deaths are much more than what has been reported, and that this has not been properly analyzed within the clinical trials. So I'm very happy to provide the link with this. So we have significant evidence now that these SARS-CoV-2 COVID-19 clinical trials are causing significant adverse events. But I just wanted to mention some of the work that I've been doing for 20 or 25 years. Now, these are results from my company, Protogen. Protogen, I was one of the co-founders in 1997, and this sold to another international company in 2019, so it no longer exists. But I just wanted to give you some information on my area of research over 25 years. Because I think what we will need to be done is to the immune system and the blood and the adverse events systematically of people who have had adverse events associated with these injections. So the technology that I was involved in developing over 20 years was basically to develop high content protein and antibody arrays, and also using it to screen many thousands of patients and to diagnose autoimmune disease and immune diseases more accurately. And also, we also studied adverse events. And what this is taking, for example, the blood or the serum or plasma from someone who is healthy and someone who either has a disease, or in this case, it could be someone who has taken an injection or been enrolled in one of these clinical trials. One of the papers that I was lead author as last author, and one of my PhD students, was that we saw that some people can develop an autoimmune disease that affects the heart after they have been infected. And in this case, it was seen that sudden adult death, also called dilated cardiomyopathy, and young people can be infected by something that causes influenza-like illness. And then in the weeks and months after, they can get shortness of breath, and many of them can die. And it was shown that this infection, which may have been an influenza-causing infectious agent, led to the immune system responding, first of all, to the flu-like infectious agent. The immune system would clear that, but the immune system would then be dysregulated, would set up an autoimmune response that would then attack, in this case, the heart, and then it would lead to an enlarged heart as the immune system weakens the heart muscle, and a lot of those patients can drop dead very quickly. And this is something, this inadvertent reaction of the immune system to influenza or to mRNA injections is something that I highlighted in May 2020. And I also said that this would be a problem. And therefore I said that no mRNA injection and clinical trials should be tried on humans. So we see that with these patients that are getting injected, they seem to have clotting and microclotting, and also to be getting attack of their immune organs, exactly as I had predicted before any of these clinical trials started. So I just wanted to very briefly say that what seems to be initiated by these mRNA injections is an autoimmune disease. And just very quickly, an autoimmune disease, there are almost 90 different autoimmune diseases, but they can be triggered by multiple causes. And it seems like the injections are triggering autoimmune diseases. You can see that even within different immune diseases, you can get different types of symptoms. And this is exactly what we see in patients that are injected on the various clinical trials. There are a range of 40 or 50 different adverse events, and not all people who are injected have the same symptoms. And of course, what we need to do is to study what are the exact contents in the injections, why are they making people sick, and then of course what the millions of people now that have adverse events that don't die but survive these injections, what we also need to do is to try and develop ways of trying to recover their health and to detoxify them. But this is just to show you that we can see, for example, we have limb paralysis or joint pain or chronic fatigue in very many of the various autoimmune diseases, and that essentially the immune system can react in different people in different ways. And I suppose what I came out in May 2020 was to say that different people could respond. So some people will die with or will have a very severe reaction, and they can get paralysis, they can get shortness of breath, they can get clotting and microclotting, they can get sepsis, or they can get heart attacks. And why I came out very strongly in May 2020 is that these are really all a collection, including the immune system responding to whatever is in the vials, but also an anaphylaxis type reaction to whatever is in the vials. And we do know that there are some components in the vials like lipids and polyethylene glycol that can cause an anaphylaxis type reaction. And so just because different people present with a range of different symptoms, they can all be related to the injection. They should not be seen as different diseases. And some people will present weeks or months or years after, but it's still an adverse event. And so this is just exactly to say the point that not everybody will respond the same to these injections. And so what we need to do is to try and better differentiate what people respond with adverse events. But of course, what I've been calling for, as many doctors have around the world, is to have a complete stop to these clinical trials because they are entirely unnecessary. And just the last few slides is to show that we have learned similar kind of lessons when about 10 years ago, the medical community started to develop what are called immunotherapy. So developing antibodies and injecting them into people to try and treat cancer, which they thought might have been helpful. But what we saw was that these antibodies also initiated a range of adverse events. And Protogen Protein Services, which was a spin-off of Protogen, the company I co-founded, was also involved in manufacturing some of these antibodies, but also they were involved in one of the first companies in recognizing the adverse events. So even though these antibodies for cancer were initially licensed by the US Food and Drug Administration, it was recognized very quickly, as with these clinical trials that we see, that there was significant adverse events, and some of them could be life-threatening. And then there has been a lot of study to tease out what's actually happening from the monoclonal antibodies. And then we can see that there are a range of adverse events that are initiated by the monoclonal antibody, but is essentially the immune system reacting differently with different people. So some people can present with rashes, some people can present with fatigue, some people can have muscular or skeletal problems or respiratory problems, or kidney failure and renal problems or neurological problems. But these are all related to something that's injected, and the immune response reacts differently. And we saw, for example, in these ones that almost half of the people had significant adverse reactions. And so a lot of these treatments have now been halted. And some of these treatments can range from very mild, and some of them can be life-threatening. So I just wanted to highlight basically that we know there is significant adverse events from these clinical trials. We know that the immune system can be stimulated from either an infectious agent, for example, something that causes influenza-like illness, or the immune system can be stimulated if there are contents in the vials that irritate, like polyethylene glycol or lipids, or if there are metals. And also we've seen that when one agent has been injected, that when the immune system is adversely affected, it can present as multiple different symptoms. And these should all be being reported as adverse events in relation to the vial. So I just wanted to highlight these issues because we will have millions of people around the world that will now be affected as adverse events from these vials and these clinical trials. So again, you know, we will have in the European Union alone with maybe, you know, almost 1 million people in the EU. But if this is underreported by 10 times, it could be 10 million people that will have adverse events, or it could be even more. So the population of the EU is around 350 million people. So we could be talking about between 1 in 3 people or 1 in 10 people that have significant severe adverse events from these clinical trials. And that will be a burden not only on society and will be a tragedy for these people, but also for the health systems across Europe. If anyone wants to follow what I'm doing, it's dolorescahill.com. And then just to mention, I'm working on the PCR sequencing consortium, and that's with Dr. James or Dr. Jack Lyons-Weiler and Professor Shin Lee, retired from Yale University. And this is the PCR sequencing consortium that we are offering to support cases or to support people who are affected by the PCR sequencing to seek PCR to see if SARS-CoV-2 is actually circulating now. And this is done by the ipackknowledge.org, and people can donate to support us with this. And on that webpage as well, we have an hour-long interview with slides to describe the PCR sequencing consortium. And then this is also supported by Freedom Travel Alliance, who's supporting this initiative. And Freedom Travel Alliance is about helping people travel without being discriminated against and without having to take any tests or without having to be vaccinated. And then this custodian project is a project that I'm launching in the next few months. And the theme is Health, Heritage, and Our Future. And it's a way to gather communities together with the name of understanding what's going on, and to get people to, if they are affected, potentially that we would work together to try and recover the health of people who have been adversely affected by being enrolled in these clinical trials. So thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer any questions or to join in the roundtable.
Thank you very much, Dolores. Really grateful to have you on here with us here in Trinidad and Tobago. I know it's pretty late for you there in the UK, and really appreciate the time you've put in to present to us. We have a few doctors who are still on here to join the round table. We have Dr. Ira Bernstein. He's from Canada. We have Dr. Paul Alexander. We have to excuse him, and Dr. Oper. He may be back. Steve Kurz is also still here. We probably bring Steve Kurz on as well. We have Dr. McDowell. He's getting all pinned up right now. So going to bring him on. Okay. Let's see if. Hold on.
I can hear you now on my phone.
No, it will give feedback. Yeah, it'll be too much. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let me take that off. Okay, cool. Okay, so we have everybody here. Let's see how it goes. Let's get Dr. McDowell on. Okay, again, some audio problems with the set there. Okay, so guys, so the topic of the round table is, how do we stop the mandates? As we know, there are mandates being implemented in countries around the world. Here in Trinidad and Tobago, in the US, in Canada, and of late we have seen what's been happening in Australia as well. So it's going to be an open debate. We're looking for ideas. I'm also part of a group of citizens here in Trinidad and Tobago that are looking at what measures we can take to get the government to back down on the mandates they have, in particular for our students attending school. So who wants to answer or give a contribution first? Dr. Ira? Steve, his hands up. Go ahead, Steve.
Go ahead, Steve.
Well, look, I wish I knew the answer to that question. If any of us knew the answer to that question, we'd be doing it right now. But I think one of the things that's occurred to me is that if you want to change people's mindset, you can't do it through logic and reasoning and all that stuff, because what happens is that, I went up to I was at University of Rochester. I went up to some students and I said, hey, if we had a debate between a scientist and an authority figure, and it was very clear that the scientist was correct and the authority figure was completely wrong, would that convince you that this vaccination stuff is bad? And he said, no, it wouldn't convince me. It would only convince me if the majority of scientists in the world were on that same side. And so it's like, this is an incredible battle. But I think that the way that you do it is you have to knock down the false gods, because people respect the CDC and Anthony Fauci, and they shouldn't be. And so if you can expose them as false gods, then the whole thing comes toppling down. And so all you need are some people to do that. And so we challenged the CDC and the FDA to a debate, and we challenged their advisory committees to a debate. And we dangled cash. We said, as much cash as you want to, come to a debate. And they wouldn't take the bait, so to speak. So what happens is that we then said, okay, we can play that game. So then what we did is we did a public call, and we said, well, look, the FDA is not defending their position, and their committees aren't defending their position either. Is there anyone in the entire planet that will defend the FDA's position? And we want to make a big stink of that. Now, it'd be nice if we could get on Tucker Carlson and Del Bigtree and, you know, those other shows to get some mass behind this. But so far, those guys have declined my invitation to do that. But I think that by exposing them and pointing out that, like, nobody wants to debate. Even there are like 4 professors at the University of Waterloo that said, hey, these vaccines are dangerous stuff. And the entire faculty disagrees with them, right? But then those 4 professors said, okay, we challenge you to a debate. And nobody said they wanted to debate the 4 professors. So these 4 professors basically, you know, have a lot of power in that everybody's afraid of them. Everybody's afraid of the truth, right? When you have the truth on your side, nobody wants to debate you. They want to censor you. So I think that one guy could actually end this thing. And I've sent him an email. His name is John Ioannidis. And John Ioannidis is so respected in the epidemiology profession. And John Ioannidis has his head, you know, screwed on the right way. If John Ioannidis said, hey, this guy Kirsch, you should pay attention to what he's saying, that would change the world. One guy. Now, will John stick out his neck and do that? It's kind of not the way he rolls, but I put a message into it, and I CC'd Jay Bhattacharya to put some pressure on John, and, you know, maybe John will do that. But it's like one guy. But, you know, these 4 professors can become 8 professors, and then they can become 16 professors. Yeah. And so, I think that's the way it's going to happen. I'm at University of Rochester. I had a meeting with the president of the University of Rochester and said, hey, how about a debate with your folks? You don't want to be on the wrong side of this. She said, I'm not sure I want to do that. Like, shit, you know, we're going to expose that we've been mandating these vaccines that are no good for kids. Like, people can't get out of this. This is like a Ponzi scheme, where if it's revealed it's a Ponzi scheme, the whole jig is up. Nobody will trust academia. Nobody will trust the universities. Nobody's going to trust the FDA. Nobody's going to trust mainstream media. So there's this enormous cover-up and this enormous cognitive dissonance. And what you need to do is you have to create cracks in that cognitive dissonance by getting more and more people on your side to say, John Ioannidis saying, hey, you should pay attention to this guy. He's not full of shit, you know? And so it's bringing these guys who will switch, class switch, more or less. And if you can get those guys to switch and say, hey, these FDA guys don't know what the hell they're talking about. I think that's the only way you're going to bring them down, because the FDA guys are never going to come to the debate table. So you have to get other people to start. You have to switch the thought leaders who are switchable, because some of them are. So that's the way I would do it.
I'm not sure what more to add to that, Steve. I mean, this is something that is so troubling here in Canada. The mandates have rolled out very wide and very fast, and it's quite frightening. And things just seem to be accelerating out of control at all levels. And it seems like this out of control train wreck that there's no stopping. People are now losing their jobs as the mandates come into effect. And I'm not sure what it's going to take. Legal process seems to take too long. Bring who to court? The public health officers, the premiers, the prime minister. I mean, I'm not sure. It seems all the organizations are acting in lockstep here and pretty much around the world, and it's quite impressive, like how things are all happening at the same time, pretty much everywhere. Canada seems a little bit behind Australia. They seem to be leaders in the pack in terms of these mandates and tyranny and what's happening there. It's very concerning. But I don't know. I'd like to see more people flip as you're describing. That probably is key, and perhaps more of that will happen as vaccine failure continues to become declared. As I just told you a short while ago, in British Columbia, Canada, ivermectin, as of yesterday, has been outlawed. It is now deemed professional misconduct to prescribe ivermectin for COVID-19. This is now the declaration from the College of Physicians of British Columbia, in conjunction with the College of Nurses, College of Pharmacists, and the Chief Medical Officer of Health in British Columbia, all stating that there is no evidence for use of ivermectin. The data does not support its use.
Other than the systematic reviews and meta-analysis, of which there are several.
Completely.
Other than that, other than the science, other than evidence-based medicine, there's no reason.
They said that the vaccines are safe and effective, and that's the way out of this. It's in the document that I just saw this afternoon for the first time. That's pretty frightening when now physicians cannot, are now specifically prohibited from prescribing life-saving treatments. I don't even know how to respond to that. It seems incomprehensible in a country like Canada where something like that could happen.
Yes. Dr. McDowell, you wanted to contribute?
Yes, I just wanted to back up what Dr. Bernstein just said. Right here in Trinidad and Tobago, I have just received some information 2 days ago that a number of importers, people who bring ivermectin into our country, they have food and drug letters allowing them to clear their shipments, but apparently an order has been issued by governmental authorities that the customs department of the nation is not to release any ivermectin whatsoever into the hands of the importers. So we're well on the way to banning ivermectin here in Trinidad and Tobago as well. And let me just add this, that as Steve just said, this is and as Ira just said as well, this is a coordinated, cohesive, and crafty agenda. It is obvious that all the global leaders, the presidents and the prime ministers of nations are acting in concert. But the reason they're acting in concert is that the commands for them to follow, they're listening to a voice. One voice is actually dictating what each and every country ought to do. Some countries are a little more advanced than others, and they are really employing the strategy of the tortoise. They are using gradualism on us, piece by piece. We started with vaccinate to operate, and we went to vaccinate to educate. On Monday, the 4th of October, in our nation, for the first time, the government has institutionalized discrimination by saying only vaccinated students can go to school. And they have almost literally abandoned the unvaccinated students. And then on October 11th, a week after that, vaccinated people alone would be allowed to go to gyms and to dine in bars. So it's happening. It's well on the way. And I'm going to let you know that I really felt impressed of the Lord. I heard the Lord saying to me that these governments are not going to stop. They have played their hands. Their cards are on the table. They're not going to stop. And so we must not stop either. Something has got to break. And my continued appeal to the Lord and my continued appeal to you, the experts as well, is what else can we do? Amen. Publicize and pray. Yes, we've been doing that. But there must be something else we can do. Because we see it happening. They're going to run over us if we don't do something.
Professor Cahill?
Okay. You want to come and sit here?
Yeah,
Can
go
you
ahead,
hear me
Professor Gail.
okay?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes, fine.
That's great. Yeah, so I just wanted to agree. And I think what this is really is about the rule of law, right? Because we have these inalienable rights and freedoms, and it's actually criminal and unlawful behavior to discriminate against people. And really, I've been studying this for 20 years, and this was very much foreshadowed. So I think that really it's not so much about this COVID-19, but it's about an agenda that is designed to undermine our inalienable rights and freedoms, freedom of speech, bodily integrity, and to participate as free men and women in society. And from what I was reading 20 years ago, they are planning to roll out a number of pandemics in the next 4 years, and they are planning for significant deaths. And I think we need to be aware that they also is an undermining of the financial system as well as the digital currency, and an undermining of the voting system. And it really is based on trying to keep people in a state of fear. And there are cycles to undermine people. So the only way really we can get out is for those of us, exactly as you said, to keep explaining to people that there are prevention and treatments, and to also not just talk about COVID-19, but to look at how are the police acting, how are the courts acting, how are the democratic elections and the politicians, because there is a bigger picture going on here than just the health issue related to COVID-19. And just lastly, they are saying that the next pandemic may be around the Marburg virus, and that there already is a vaccine and also a PCR test that I've seen the documents for. It's fairly well known. And in the vaccine that I've seen, they have aluminium, which is, and also ricin, which are top 10 most toxic components on the planet. So, and the symptoms of a ricin injection would be very similar to the coagulation and the microcoagulation and bleeding, because it's hemorrhagic fever and bleeding that results from it. So, you know, I think we need to spend a little bit more time talking about the bigger picture in society, as well as COVID-19.
Before that would have been
President, good day again.
theory.
To the entire team, I just have a question I would like to ask. What is in this vaccine that cause a magnetic effect where some people are putting like a coin on their arm and it sticks? That is very not normal.
No idea.
I haven't seen that, so I can't comment on it.
I've seen the videos, but really
look, there's theoretically nothing that we know about that could cause an effect like that. And I think none of us in this video have actually seen it with our own eyes. And I was talking to Byron Brittle about it, and he said, look, normally, in normal times, I would have completely dismissed that as poppycock. And now I have to take it seriously because people don't take me seriously when I talk to them about the biodistribution of these vaccines. And so now I see how other people react. I don't want to react as callously as they do, and I want to act intelligently. And there are a couple of mechanisms that can explain it, but it's really kind of out there. But he says, I don't want to rule it out. But I'm not saying that I agree with it either, but I'm not ruling it out. And I think that's probably the safest answer you'll get from me. Is I don't understand it. I don't understand how it could possibly happen, but I'm not ruling it out, and I have an open mind. If somebody wants to show me evidence, I'm more than happy to take a look.
Yeah, well, there was a paper in 2017 that's been very well referenced by Dr. Antonetta Gatti, who's the world expert. And she did an analysis of 44 different vials and vaccines that were on the market at that time. And in 43 of them, they were used in humans. And she identified all kinds of metals that were, her work was reproduced. So everything from titanium, steel, cadmium, nickel, cobalt. So there was 8 to 10 different, they were in the shape of purified nanoparticles. And some of those were the hepatitis, Gardasil, and injections that were used for babies. So there was one vial that she did, which was a cat injection, and that did not have this heavy metal nanoparticles. So she has produced a table of those injections, and that paper is 5 years old, and it stands and it has been repeated. So about half of the metals were magnetic, and they were in all of the 43 vials that were used in human vaccines. So this is a phenomenon that's well known. Now, in her paper, she called them contaminants because they shouldn't have been there. But I've done work on nanoparticles, and these are purified nanoparticle components. Some of them have 6 to 8 different metals in them. And it was seen in many vials from the same batches, and they were bought from pharmacies across European countries. So it is well known that there can be metals in these vials. And the biodistribution has been published. It's already about 6 months now where they've shown. And people who get these vials can suffer a lot of adverse events related to the metals that are in their bodies.
Thank you, Dr. Kale. Okay. Yes. Any more questions?
So would that mean that just some people are magnetic because of a different composition of the batch, or just because of different physiology?
So that's a good question. So the thing is, it's up to the regulators, right? Because when you look at the ingredients of the vials, from what's on the ingredients, it doesn't look like what they should be magnetic. So therefore, we don't exactly know what's in the vials and the different batches, and there are a number of clinical trials. So it's really the regulators have a lawful responsibility to, study what is in these vials, and if there are metals in them, because people can have been shown, right? So, I mean, there's huge evidence, and including there's a lot of analysis of the blood of people pre and post injection. And also people have removed metal particles using magnets from the injection site, and that's been well characterized. So it's really up to the regulators to identify what is actually the magnetic component and is it on the list of ingredients, because it's a criminal offense, obviously, if there are components in these vials that are not on the patient information leaflet.
You know, our FDA and CDC are right on top of that. They're just chomping at the bit to find all of those cases. And you know, the contract with the drug company, yes, exactly. The contract with the drug company prohibits anyone from doing a molecular analysis of what's in these vials. That is a contract violation if you do that.
Yeah.
So I think under the rule of law, the people who do the injection have the full responsibility for all harm, including if there are unlisted ingredients in a clinical trial. That's actually a criminal offense of up to 10 years in prison. So there is no indemnity if a doctor injects something that is on the market, but there are unlisted ingredients that they see, because in Ireland, for example, in one care home in January, 51 elderly were injected and 26 of them died within 5 weeks. 19 out of 51 died within 14 days. So clearly there is something being injected. There is no, the doctors and the regulators, and we see the same in Berlin in nursing homes. if someone is injecting something that's causing harm and death, it's actually the lawful responsibility is on the person doing the injection for all of the harm. There is no indemnity. And so it will be the phase of the loved ones who die can claim under the law against the person that injects. And then that person who injects can try and ameliorate their responsibility by then taking a case against the regulators and the manufacturers.
My audio is on. Yeah. Yes, as I was trying to say a little earlier, very interesting topic to discuss. I just wanted to table something that I came across in my research. In March of 2020, somebody sent me a piece of information concerning the case of Dr. Charles Leiber. He was the head of biology and chemical biology at Harvard University. He was arrested by the FBI on January 28th, 2020. And some of his Chinese students were arrested in December 2019, trying to smuggle sensitive biological samples to Wuhan. They were arrested at the Logan International Airport in Boston. And Charles Leiber has been indicted for espionage and for assisting China to construct the Wuhan lab and with their whole virology program. I think he was paid in excess of 150 million US, I heard, I think, some exorbitant figure. However, his expertise is, of course, in BSL-4 labs and making deadly pathogens, the genetic bioweapon industry. However, what I discovered that is very alarming and may have relation to this is that Dr. Leiber is also heavily involved in what is called life-machine symbiosis. In other words, he is involved in engineering nanobots, and he's involved in connecting machines and biological units through artificial intelligence. And I think it was originally a DARPA project, and he has actually received over 15 million US in funding from the Department of Defense to develop this life-machine symbiosis, putting things into human beings that can literally assemble inside when they're put inside and affect the brain and be controlled externally, and so human behavior can be actually controlled. So this is done in addition to the genome-altering features of the vaccine. It's very possible that there's another transhumanism agenda in terms of direct control of human beings externally, from connecting with the cloud and different things like that, artificial intelligence. So I don't know if that, I have to do a lot more investigation, but I don't know if that might be connected with the whole incidence of these metals and these different particles, in the vaccine. And as they continue to add the booster shots, it gets more and more complex as we go forward. I just wanted to table that. So that's something we could look into. We could look into Charles Leiber and what he was involved in and that whole scenario. I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that.
I think we're too frightened by the concepts.
What's that?
I'm frightened by the thought of this because this is I just don't know how to describe it as the concept of transhumanism.
Okay.
It's not compatible with with what life should be like, and I think a lot of people would have difficulty with this, and should.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, I think this these conspiracy theories, I don't think that the government is able to execute on something like that well. That I think this stuff is happening mostly by accident because people just believe that like everybody, quote, everybody wants to believe that these vaccines are safe and effective because Fauci has made them believe that no early treatment works. And so therefore the vaccines are our only way out of the pandemic. And everyone wants to get out of the pandemic. And if they believe because they trust Fauci, because we have a system in the United States where you trust authority figures. So they trust Fauci, and that leads them to believe that there's no other way out of this pandemic unless everybody on the planet gets vaccinated, right? And so everybody has this mind control that the only way out of the pandemic is to have everybody get vaccinated. Everybody should get vaccinated or we will kill you. I mean, that's what we've turned the population into, is people who basically treat unvaccinated people as non-people, and you are not a proper member of society. But it's all about saying, oh, because we think that the only way we're going to survive is for everybody to be vaccinated. It's like, what kind of moron are you that you don't get vaccinated because everybody needs to get vaccinated or else we're all going to sink together. And so this sort of mantra is more to just drive the vaccine. And I think that's what's driving the behavior here, is that people are convinced that there is no other way out of this pandemic other than mass vaccination of every man, woman, and child, no matter how young, that's the only way we end this pandemic. And that's just blatantly false, but you don't see anybody in authority saying the truth. And that's bothersome, right? We have a much better situation if people would start to speak up, if doctors would start to have courage. But doctors can't speak out, right? I mean, Ira can't speak out and say, hey, the vaccines don't work, because he'll lose his license.
Right.
So none of our authority figures, I mean, it's all set up so that no person in authority of medical, like I'm an engineer. I don't have a medical license. I can speak out, but people don't believe me because this guy's an engineer. You're not a doctor. I mean, that's what people tell me. You're not a doctor, right? I'm an engineer. I know what the numbers are. I can read a clinical trial. I'm dangerous. So the way that they respond to me is to say, well, he's not a doctor, because they have to do that because they can't disagree with the evidence. So they have to go use the ad hominem attacks against me. But for doctors, it's easy. They basically take away the license if Ira Bernstein says, don't take the vaccine. And so therefore it looks to the population like, look, all the doctors, nobody's saying a word in the doctors, nobody's saying a word against the vaccine. Of course not, because the doctors want to keep their job.
That's right.
So I think maybe just to say, I'm president of the World Doctors Alliance. We have 180,000 doctors and nurses. And many doctors, like Dr. Adil, you're right, they have lost their jobs. And, like Dr. Sherry Tenpenny and Dunning and Dr. Anna McCluskey here in Ireland. So there are tens of thousands of people. So really, and they have lost their jobs. And also there are people like Dr. Tess Laurie, who's and many of the doctors. But the most interesting one around this question is Dr. Carrie Madej. And I've looked into it as well for 25 years, as has she. So in a way, Moderna is not classified as a vaccination at all. It's a medical device. And there are significant patents around the components and the delivery vehicles of what's in these vials that can actually transport things and may actually be involved in the kind of agenda that we were talking about. And she has done 2 one-hour lectures giving papers and patents of the different components that would have the potential to go along the nerve cells or to be manipulated using outside electromagnetic radiation or different frequencies. So this manipulation through the vaccine schedule has been well known for decades, and doctors are being censored. So I think really we should be saying, freedom of speech is an inalienable right. And we should be really asking the question, why is there such censorship? And we do know that many of the politicians who have spoken out, including in Africa, have died, right? Under suspicious circumstances.
That's right.
particularly even presidents of countries. And we know, I think the president of Belarus has come out and said that he was offered hundreds of millions of dollars in order to not, in order to say that his, the men and women of his nation would be forced to have this injection. So that's why I think,
By who?
you know,
By who? Who was he offered the money
issue.
from? Who was he offered the money from?
So he has gone on in many interviews and given great detail exactly where the money comes from and the identity of the meetings that he had. So
Okay,
you can
and the
get
answer is no. Tell us the answer. We want to know.
Well, I think he goes into it in great detail over the number of meetings. So he gives.
No, I know he does, but we want to know who it is. Who's behind this? Who's offering the money?
Yeah, so I think it's better to actually go and let him speak for himself, because also the president of Tanzania has done interviews. So they, you know, in each country, it's a different group of people. So whether he knows exactly, I mean, you know, but he has, each of those presidents have given interviews and they have described in detail. It's not necessarily the same organizations in each case, but we do know in Africa that many of those presidents that have spoken out have ended up dying in the weeks and months.
You know, Dr. Vladimir Zelenko said when he addressed the Rabbinic Council in Israel, close to the end of his interview, he said that they walk into your office and they say, we're going to put 500 million US in an offshore account and nobody will be able to trace it if you accomplish your quota of vaccinations. If you don't, we kill your family. That's Zelenko's words. And I'm very afraid of that. So the political leaders are being coerced. I just wanted to refer to something that Dr. Ira said a little earlier. He mentioned that great fear when thinking about the life-machine symbiosis that Charles Leiber may be involved in, and they're trying to craft that level of transhumanism. But what scares me even more, like right now, is that this separation, the planting of the seed between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. And that is scary. The coming vaccine mandates, which are creeping over nations and happening slowly in other nations. One of our neighboring nations, Guyana, it's getting pretty bad there. It's about to get bad in Trinidad and Tobago. And I just want to quote something from Gerd van den Bosch about the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. And he says this, a very short tweet. He says, no healthy individual should be considered more of an infectious threat than another. There is no scientific rationale for any individual, whether vaccinated or not, to discriminate against contacts with any healthy, vaccinated or unvaccinated person. So he is saying that there is no basis for vaccine mandates. There is no basis for mandatory vaccination.
Absolutely.
Yes, so through programs like this, we must continue to push and fight and lobby for this to be stopped, for this dangerous behavior, this scary behavior to be stopped.
Yeah, I mean, look. Yeah, I mean, if the vaccines were as safe and effective as is claimed, they would need mandates. The only reason they need mandates is because they're trying to kill you. So they have to force you to take it because nobody would willingly want to kill themselves. They have to have the mandates. People aren't going to take it otherwise. I mean, there are going to be people who are fooled, right? I mean, 60% of the people in the United States are fooled into taking it, but 40% of them are pretty smart. Because what happens is the reason, see, if you look at in the United States and you look at most countries, there's a gap between the number of people who have first dose and the number of people who have second dose. That gap is like 15 to 20%.
Whoa.
So I did a little research as to why, hey, how come you got the first dose but not the second dose? Well, what happened is they had a bad reaction to the first dose. That's one reason. So they're not going to get a second dose because, like my friend, had a heart attack 2 minutes after getting the first dose, and now he's in pain. On a scale of 1 to 10, he's in pain on a level of 10. And he's in pain 24 hours a day. And the doctors say, he's 39 years old. The doctors say, got some bad news for you. It's only going to get worse the rest of your life. So do you think he's ever going to get a second shot? No way, right? So this is one of the reasons why people don't get a second shot. The other reason why people don't get a second shot is that in between the time that they got the first shot and the second shot, they talked to their friends and they found out, oh, this guy died. Or like they find a family of 3 and all 3 kids got myocarditis after getting the shot. Or, somebody got paralyzed for life. Or they heard about Manny DeGray, who was in the clinical trials at Pfizer. 1 out of 1,000 kids. There are 1,100 kids in that trial. She's paralyzed for life. She was reported in the trial as, it was just mild abdominal pain, right? She's paralyzed for life. It's clinical trial fraud. Nobody talks about that, right? But people hear about it. And if they hear about that story, then they're going to say, maybe I don't want to take that chance with my life, because you're either killing yourself or you're disabling yourself for life. And I know people who have been disabled from this vaccine, who then finally, after months, got the right treatment from Dr. Bruce Patterson, and they got rid of their spike protein that was in their blood. So they got rid of it all. But she used to be running marathons, like in perfect health. Now she can't work for the rest of her life, right? And so people hear those stories, or they look at WXYZ Facebook page, where they look for stories about, hey, let's encourage people to get vaccinated by telling us your horror stories if you didn't get vaccinated. And instead, they got 200,000 messages of people who were damaged by the vaccine. And they said COVID was a walk in the park compared to the vaccines. The vaccines have disabled my friends. They've destroyed my life. There's one video in there. This guy who's he's like a pharmacist, and he goes through and he goes through this video of all of the medicines that he has to take now, one by one, and it's like a 15-minute video. And finally, he goes through the medicines that have to control his temper because so he can deal with people who are criticizing him for not getting vaccinated. And, it's just horrible what people have suffered from this. So they have to mandate it, because nobody in their right mind would do it. And so that's why there's this gap. That's why there's people who take 1 dose but not the second dose, because they get smart in between the first dose and the second dose, or they just get injured by the first dose and said, I'm not going back for a second shot. Because it's literally like drinking, it's like literally like, shooting yourself. Oh, it missed the brain this time. Should I go back so they can take another shot at my brain? It's crazy.
It is crazy. And I think maybe though there is probably half, what the percentages, they tend to exaggerate the number of people that get injected. So generally, for example, to a center, they can bring out 1,000 vials. And then if only 50 get injected, they tend to use the full number, and they tend to use the adverse events related to the total number that they purchase or that they distribute, but not actually injected. But I think what this is doing is there has been huge deception in relation to the adverse events for 30 years from the entire vaccination schedule, including for children and babies. And we do have an immune system. The immune system doesn't really develop until 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So there's absolutely no reason ever to be injecting babies and young children at all. But also we know they've had some of the most toxic ingredients in these vials that have nothing to do with trying to elicit an immune response, including mercury and bioavailable mercury, one of the top 10 most toxic ingredients, and aluminium and many other components. So really what this is doing is uncovering a world of deception, not only in the medical profession, but in scientific research, and also in the rule of law, because really anyone causing harm, loss, and injury or death of anyone is accountable. And the narrative by saying that there is indemnity is unlawful, and it's not true. And there also is the precautionary principle. And there is do no harm for the doctors, and the doctors are required to report it. But individual people making the decision, like the prime ministers or the chairs of these immunization committee, or the individual men and women that's saying that pregnant women recommending those injections, under the law, they are liable for these harm and death. It is medical negligence, and they can be sued in their private and personal capacity under the rule of law. So really what this is doing, it is tragic. In May 2020, I came out and said that 0 mRNA injections were ever approved in the world, despite decades of research, because of the issue of the immune dysregulation, cytokine storm, antibody-dependent enhancement, enhancing the disease. And I gave, reference to hydroxychloroquine, vitamin A, vitamin D, and vitamin C. So there's absolutely correctly treated, not one person need die from influenza-like illness. And these mRNA is an absolute crime. So I think half of the people in the world are waking up, but they also need to wake up to look at how the police are behaving, how they are dressing in our cities like Robocops, how they are handling peaceful people, either walking on the streets or just exercising their inalienable rights of freedom of assembly and freedom of speech. So I think half of the world are waking up, and those people are able and will have to be able to develop innovations like TV channels, and also to write notices of liability and affidavits and take prosecutions, including on courts that will have to be established. And across the United Kingdom, we are training peace constables. Anyone in the United Kingdom can actually make arrests and uphold the law. So I think what we need to do is to recognize that this is not just a health issue. It's around how are the politicians, the media, the police, and the courts functioning, but that the people who inject, the doctors and the nurses, are liable under the law for harm, death, loss, and injury, and can be sued for medical negligence cases and for contributory manslaughter or for the deaths that they cause.
Yes, the disparity between first shots and second shots in many societies takes on a whole new outlook in small Caribbean societies. Anecdotal evidence goes to the next level. In a small Caribbean society like ours, Trinidad and Tobago is 1.3 million people. When something happens, it spreads like wildfire. Neighbor tells friend, friend tells family. And everybody knows. We know for a fact that the vaccines are killing people in Trinidad and Tobago, and people are saying it. It's on the ground everywhere, but the governmental authorities will not say anything, and they're keeping no data. So we are in a predicament that we need to address again through publicity, through prayer, through taking action. Dr. Cahill, I was very impressed to hear that you pioneering an airline, Freedom Airways. Could you just give us a quick thought on that?
Yeah, well, we had like 11 staff that are working with us. So what we've done, I think we have over 30,000 people who are subscribing and 3,500 paid up members. So what we've been doing for since December 2020 is giving people information for how to travel around the world and avoid testing and avoid injections. So there are different routes that you can go. And I myself have been traveling all around Europe, and I've never taken any of their vaccinations. I don't fill in, I don't do the PCR testing. And out of about 150 flights, I've been turned away or taken off of 5 of them for not wearing masks, but I've never worn a mask. So part of the thing is that when you challenge the police or the airline, that it's criminal behavior to ask people your medical information. We have inalienable rights to privacy. And what I say, and tell people is it's like, 20 years ago saying to someone, are you HIV positive? And if you are, you can't fly. And that is absolutely discrimination, which is criminal and unlawful. And, the airline person, or the member dressed up as a policeman, you can sue them in their private capacity for discrimination, or for breaches of your inalienable right to turn home if you're an Irish man or woman traveling on your passport. So these are crimes of around 5 to 10 years in prison. And once you say that to people and you ask for their name, are they acting under oath, and inform them. I've also informed and asked judges their names and are they acting under oath when I advocate for people in the court. And the judges won't give their name and they won't say they're acting under oath. So basically that means they're not acting as a judge, and the police also won't give their names. And the reason why they don't is they know what they're doing is criminal and unlawful, and that they are liable themselves for these crimes. And so I think what we need to work on is around the automation of the processing of these crimes, because you don't actually, a lot of them you can write to, as I have done, the prime ministers in their private capacity and the ministers, and put them on notice of harm, loss, and injury. So if you inform them that children are dying, pregnant women are losing their unborn babies, that in the decades to come, the prime minister, having been put on notice, is liable when those mothers realize that they should never have been told to get the injection. So the airline is up and is running. We have some flights people can book in and interact with charter companies around the world, but we are looking to raise money to buy up to 3 airplanes. And there are ways you can fly around, including there are many countries and many states that are open so that you can get into, with say Hungary is completely open, or Tanzania or Florida, and then hire a car in order to go around, or that you can go on ferries or on boats, or on different modes of transport around the world. So really, you know, I work on the Buckminster Fuller, right? You know, what we need is a new banking system that accepts cash and gold and silver. And we need mobile phones that respect our privacy. We need laptops, you know, where we don't have to put all of our data up to the cloud. We need education systems and nurses that are actually, you know, providing real health information. So I'm just, you know, supporting all kinds of initiatives where we can compete with them, like the health system, where the nurses are not coercing you as a healthy person to get treated or forcing you to get a medical treatment you don't want, but they actually give you life-saving medicine that will keep you alive and keep you well.
But I think the problem is that they make the rules. So, for example, if you wanted to create an alternate banking system, they make a rule. They already have a rule that, hey, if you want to become a bank, you need to be approved and you need to play by the rules, their rules. So
I've been on the Public Banking Forum of Ireland for 8 years. I'm a qualified financial advisor, right? So the issue is that a lot of their regulations is under the legal system, which is maritime law, Talmudic law, canon law. But actually in the 57 Commonwealth countries, the rule of law and money creation belongs to the nation, and under law can be backed by either the assets or the people or gold and silver. And actually the Federal Reserve System that developed in 1911 is actually entirely unlawful. And that in Ireland, for example, the nation can actually generate the money and not these private banks. So I'm also working with, you know, Catherine Austin Fitz and Professor Richard Werner and Mads Pavik, who are bankers in the world. And you can actually set up a lawful bank in our nation that's backed by assets or by gold and silver. So essentially, that's the level of the deception. These private Federal Reserve type banks are entirely unlawful. And that's what's been exposed now, as is digital currency is also unlawful.
Let me just say that our time is fast spent. Thank you so much for that extremely valuable contribution, Dr. Cahill.
Thank you.
Be trying to contact you for more information on the airline. And we are about to land the plane, talking about airline. We're about to land the plane.
We did have a flight from Ghana to Florida about 3 weeks ago.
Okay,
for
right.
someone from Ghana to Florida. Yeah.
Amen. So I just wanted to do 2 things. I wanted to ask, I'm gonna ask Dr. Ira Bernstein for a quick closing comment. And but before I allow Dr. Bernstein on, I just wanted to say, I can't end this this beautiful. I could go on and on. I can't end this beautiful. We have to get home before a certain time because of curfew in Trinidad and Tobago. So I just wanted to say a special thank you to that gentleman on my screen. He's in the bottom right-hand corner, Mr. Sherwin Francis. Like many of you, he is passionate and indefatigable in the battle against COVID-19. He's done a tremendous job. In Christianity, we would say that he has an anointing to do what he is doing, because what he is doing is absolutely fantastic. And to us, he's a godsend. And I know to you as well. And let's keep this alliance going. Let's keep fighting the good fight of faith.
Yep,
and let's keep covering Sherwin in prayer. And actually, we are covering all of you in prayer, but let's keep covering Sherwin in prayer as well, so that we can continue to do what we are doing and to interface the way we are interfacing.
It's a global fight, a global battle. We all have to support one another.
Amen, amen. And I want to thank Dr. Bernstein for being on for the duration. I mean, from 2 p.m. right down to right now. This has been a marathon for us, but I think it's been very valuable. So, Dr. Bernstein, a few closing words.
Well, I've learned a lot being here. I mean, this has been a tremendous day. And this is global. I mean, what we see happening in one country is happening everywhere. And that's why we have to be united in this fight. I think the only way we can beat this is by working together and coming to solutions together. As a physician, I'm treating COVID, and clearly this is, as I had suspected, is turning into issues a lot greater than just a viral infection. But as far as the medical care is concerned, I will continue to advocate for early COVID treatment, because I and thousands of other doctors know it works. We've been saving lives, helping them recover early with numerous medications, repurposed medications, inexpensive, and we trust the science, the real science, not the Fauci science. And we have to just keep spreading the message. It's frightening what's happening in Canada. They're preventing us from now using medications. My province, it hasn't been outlawed just yet, but I suspect it's coming soon. And we have to work ways around that and use other medications, or I'm not sure what it's going to take if it's going to be legal. But again, thanks for having me on this session, and Sherwin for inviting me. It's been great.
Thanks again, Dr. Ira Bernstein. And of course, we'll be collaborating again in the future, I hope.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Overcoming the pandemic, a multifaceted approach, part 1. I assure you there's going to be a part 2. So let's, and we will be continuing to interface with Sherwin, and I have interacted with both Stephen Kirsch and Dr. Ira Bernstein before. This is my first time listening to Dr. Dolores Cahill, and it's been a pleasure. And we hope to have you back as well, Dr. Cahill.
I'd be delighted. Thank you.
Amen. So blessings to everybody. Sherwin, any closing words from you?
Yeah. Yep. No. I'm good. I just want to give Steve. Steve has been a trooper as well. Steve was actually listening to the conference in his car while he's being chauffeured by his wife from the backseat of his car. And from his hotel, he got into the hotel and he came on right away. He's a real trooper, and he's been working really hard. Going through the science, doing all these statistics and so on, and giving these doctors hell. Steve, you're a great asset to us and to the world. Keep up the good work you're doing as well. And I'll let you have a couple of words before we let you go. You're on mute, Steve.
All right.
You're good now.
Yeah. The number one thing is please don't get vaccinated. The numbers are very clear, and nobody wants to debate us on the numbers. The numbers show that it's not safe for anybody at any age. So that's the most important thing. The second thing, of course, is that early treatments work, and they're the much better alternative than vaccination. And I think that the third thing is that we need to find a way to get to the masses here and turn this thing around. because the people in the authority positions are not listening. And I tried to debate a public health official in Sacramento, and I contacted her and said, "Hey, I'd like to debate you on this." She said, "No, you don't have to convince me. I just take my marching orders from the CDC." Right? And so when you have robotic control like that, where people stop being independent thinkers and stop using critical thinking, and they're all followers, then the only way you're going to take that system down is you have to go and take it down from the top. And because the CDC is never going to engage me, right, in a debate so that we can expose them as telling lies to people, we have to go and get other people to start to speak out that people will follow and respect. So it's respectable people that are basically, our job is to convince the next tier down and to find out who will listen to us and to convince as many people in the next tier down to start speaking out, because I think that's the only way that's going to change. And I'm done.
All right, thank you, Steve. Dr. McDowell, give yeah.
Yes, okay. I know it's parting in such sweet sorrow. It's been a fabulous evening. I want to commend everyone who has been on. I want to thank my co-host, Evangelist David Habansing. I want to thank all those who have been listening. And people, I just want to tell you this. If one person heard enough this evening to convince them, amen, to make a difference, we have accomplished our purpose. And who knows, one person may have heard who could absolutely make a difference in this whole global scenario. So again, thank you everyone who has participated. And let me just close us in a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you and praise you for erecting an umbrella, a shield around each and every one of us. I pray your divine protection on everyone who has been represented on this webinar, on those who are here now and those who have been here for the last few hours. Lord, I want to thank you, Lord, for keeping us, protecting us. I call upon you as Jehovah Sabaoth, the Lord of the angel armies, that you would station your angelic hosts round about us and bless us and protect us in our going out and in our coming in. Keep us safe, that we may continue to battle this end time covert agenda that is plaguing our world. This evil intent, this satanic agenda that is seeking to overflow our planet. We stand against it. And we thank you, Lord, for everyone who is contributing to it. And we will continue to battle for the humanity that you created and to preserve the imago Dei in each and every one of us. Father, we give you all the praise, all the honor, and all the glory. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Amen. So God bless you. Arrivederci. Adios. Amen. Au revoir.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.